morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record in State of Indiana versus Richard Allen, 08C01 2210 MR1. The defendant is here with his attorneys. The state is here by the prosecutor and his deputies. All of the jurors have, God bless you, all of the jurors have reassembled. Are we ready to proceed, Mr. McClelland? Yes, Judge. I'm going to ask the court to publish the exhibits that I had from yesterday. I have them laid out on the table just for my own organization. But other than that, the state is ready. Okay? Defense? We are, Judge. Let's go. All rise. Jury in at 9 a.m. You may be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll let you get all settled in over there. All right. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you back this morning. I hope you had a pleasant evening. The attorneys have indicated they are ready to proceed. Mr. McClelland, Judge, before the state calls its next witness, I'd ask permission from the court to publish to the jury the exhibits that I admitted through Mr. Mullen late yesterday afternoon. I did not make copies. We also would ask the court to allow us to publish some exhibits from Trooper Jason Page. We were able to make copies of exhibits that were entered into evidence, and we'd ask to publish those as well to the jury. Okay, what numbers are we publishing? Judge, I'll start with the ones from yesterday. State's Exhibits 213, which is the affidavit for the record, and the FBI collection sheet for the photos from the Hoosier Harvestor video. And then State's Exhibits 214 through 219, which are still shots from the Hoosier Harvestor video. I'd ask the court to allow me to publish those first. You may.
MR.
And then, Judge, we'd request from the court to publish additional exhibits I've introduced through Trooper Page. Those would be State's Exhibits 18, 19, and 20. Those are the diagrams. For the court's edification, the diagrams that Trooper Page stated that he produced from the information that he gathered at the crime scene. You may. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, Mr. McClelland, you may call your first witness. Judge, the state would call Sarah Carbaugh. I might have to go retrieve her. Good morning, Sarah. Can you tell the court your full name? My name is Sarah Carbaugh, and would you spell your first and last name? S-A-R-A-H and then C-A-R-B-A-U-G-H. Do you live in the Delphi area? Yes, I do. Have you lived in the Delphi area all of your adult life? Yes, I'm as local as you can get. Do you live in town or outside of town? I live outside of town in the countryside. Do you live in the general area of the Monon High Bridge Trail? Yes. So are you familiar with the Monon High Bridge Trail itself? Absolutely. Prior to February of 2017, would you visit the High Bridge Trail? On a daily basis. And what was the reason you would go there? I would go there with my dogs that were not exactly the most friendly, so I can be able to walk someplace with them in private. And you said you would go almost daily? Almost daily. Would you travel past the Monon High Bridge entrance going to and from your home if you took that particular route? Yes. Was that a road you traveled often? Yes. What entrance did you use to enter the High Bridge Trail? I always used what I know as the Mears entrance. And the jury has heard some about that, but let's talk about it a little bit. Is it across from a property that belongs to a Mears family? Yes. Can you describe it? So it is an entrance across from the family homestead of the Mears family. The land around Monon Trail was donated, or I believe donated or still owned by the Mears family, but is opened up to the public for public access. This trail is directly in front of the house. It is the old access point from the house to what used to be a lower field that no longer exists, and that entrance there can park about 4 cars. Are you a person who would walk across the High Bridge? When I was 16, yes, but not as an adult. And would you say you only did it a couple of times, or I did it 3? Okay? And I chickened out the last time and crawled my way back. Now, did you know AW or LG? No. And at some point, did you learn that they were missing? Yes, through an Amber Alert. Do you believe the Amber Alert was on the same day that they went missing? Yes, I believe it was at night when it was released. If I told you that date was February 13th, 2017, would you agree? Yes. Had you been in the area of the Monon High Bridge Trail on that day? Yes. Did you actually walk on the trail? No. And so in what way were you in the area? I was driving by in my little red Saturn, trying to scope out how busy the trail was, by how many vehicles were parked at the Mears entrance. And so how many times did you probably pass that entrance that day? At least 3 to 4 times. So tell us about your day on February 13th, 2017, to put into perspective when you would have been passing by the Mears entrance. It was my day off. I got up, go to town, went to get something to eat during lunchtime frame. And then I'll admit, it was a beautiful day. It was like, I believe, 37 degrees. It was a warm day for February. So I drove around the county many a times, just checking everything out, trying to just get some sunlight in. But I passed by there at least 3 or 4 times just to see how busy it was. And there was vehicles there every single time. And was there a particular time that you went by there that you saw something unusual or that caught your attention? Yes, the last time I drove by around the 4 o'clock hour, I noticed a group of people at the Mears entrance. I noticed a girl that I believe from my memory, because it's been about 7 years now, she was bright blonde hair. I remember either something hot pink, either she was wearing hot pink or the moped she was driving was hot pink. I just remember her talking to a group of people and looking stressed out. And so if you were you coming from town toward your home or the opposite direction? To clarify this, I was heading east towards home at the time frame. And so would the town or the city of Delphi be behind you? Yeah, the city of Delphi was behind me. And so you see some people at the Mears entrance. And so what about that caught your attention? They looked stressed out. Like I can just tell you now from their mannerism. They looked stressed out. So, did you continue on toward your home? Yes. And did you see anything else on your way home? I saw a man covered in mud and blood walking on the side of the road. Now, you just indicated that you were driving eastbound. On County Road 300. Describe for us where you saw this man with mud and blood walking. I saw him on this side. Like if I'm driving, he was on this side of me. So he was on what I would call the north side of the road, and he was walking west towards town. And when you pointed to your left side, you're indicating that he would be walking the opposite direction of your travel? Yes. And he would be on the driver's side of your car? Yes. When you saw this man, did you make eye contact with him? I looked at him, but he did not make eye contact with me. How fast would you normally travel on this road? Like 30? 35. Did you slow down at all when you approached the man? Yeah, because, there's a man walking on the side of the road. I don't want to hit him. So yes, I did slow down just a little bit. And did you recognize the man? No. At this point in time, did you know that LG and AW were missing? No, no one did. I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 220. Yep. Do you recognize that area? Yes, this is the road that I was on, and I don't know if you guys can see from this angle. This is the Mears entrance. This was the route I was on right here, going this way. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to make an arrow on the road just east of the Mears entrance. And don't make it so big so you don't have any other space, because I'm going to ask you to mark some other things. Okay? And then on the south side of the road or the bottom of the page below it, not bottom of the page, but below your arrow, write your initials. Okay, my initials, just so you guys are aware, is SC, obviously, but just in case, I believe your marker's dying. Okay? Okay? And circle the Mears entrance. Oh, the marker is dying. I know your marker's drying up. Oh, no. Okay, you're doing a good job. Okay? Now, where did you see this man? And if you could make vertical lines to designate an area, and then, oh, let me get you another marker. Thank you. Okay, so there's that. All right, so there's that, and let me fix all these, and then I'm going to label this as Bridge Guy, because that's who I know him as, is Bridge Guy. I was just going to ask you that. Yeah. Okay, and there's that. So Sarah, when you learned that the girls were missing, were you already home? I was. And in the days that followed, did you learn from the news that there was a picture of a man from LG's phone? Yes. And so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 210. Do you recognize this picture? Yes. And did you see it on the news? Yes. And when you saw it on the news, did you recognize the image? Yes. And what did you recognize it as? I recognized it as the man I saw earlier covered in mud and blood on the road. And the one that you just marked, at least the area, yeah, of the area of where it was, okay? And so you became familiar that this person was referred to as Bridge Guy? Yes. And what was different about the man as opposed to his picture, if anything? The difference that I saw with him and the things that made me notice him was, obviously, he was covered in mud and blood, his demeanor and the way that he was walking on the side of the road. May I get up and demonstrate? Yes. Give me just a moment, because I'm going to have this exhibit copied for the jury. Okay, and so while you're testifying, they can do that. Okay, so Sarah, tell us about what you saw on the man that is different from this photograph. He was covered in mud and blood. He was walking on the side of the road, and his demeanor was very sketchy. When somebody is walking towards you on the side of the road, you know, when you pass them, you're going to look at them, right? And they're going to look back at you. He did not look at me. He was walking like this, doing that, and he was covered from mud, mainly on the top, down, because this was darker, and then when you got to the bottom, his pants were covered in mud, and underneath it was blood splatters on his legs, okay? And that obviously drew my attention, because he's covered in mud and blood. Now, was this unusual for you to see on County Road 300? Yeah. I mean, I literally thought he fell down the cliff rock hill like he was being stupid, walked too close to the cliffs, and just tumbled down the hill. I literally thought that's what happened to him. And the time of day, was it still light out? Yes. The sun was in the process of setting. You know how February sunsets are. They happen around like 4:30 in the afternoon. I will remember when I passed him, I remember the orange glow hue of the sun behind me as I was heading east. Did you take time to make note of anything else about him as you passed him? Not really outside of just like those main basic observations and just noticing like he was acting sketchy. Did you continue to watch him in your rearview mirror? Not really. And once you saw him in the media, the picture of Bridge Guy, did you contact the police? I did. 3 weeks later. Okay. And why did you wait? I am very traumatized by anything murder-related and will admit I am still terrified by some of this stuff that's going on. I was scared. I had a gut feeling that this was a local man, and I am a notorious overthinker about how to deal with a lot of these things. My inaction in those 3 weeks was just me panicking and being upset and thinking maybe I saw, like maybe I don't know. I was just having a moment. And then when 3 weeks later happened, there was an officer who was standing out there by the Mears entrance, taking tips. And honestly, I felt like it was the fate of God, telling me, you need to be brave and go and talk to this officer, instead of being scared here, because this needs to be taken care of. So at this roadblock location, were they stopping all the cars? Yes, they were. They were at the point where they were stopping everybody in 3 different areas. They had from what I remember, the Mears entrance is where I gave my tip, but I also believe they had another like police set up over on the opposite side of Monon Bridge, and then I think there was like a third one somewhere, but I do not recall where that was. And they were stopping everybody and asking for tips, because I don't know how many of you are actually familiar and local with this area, but when this happened, it turned this entire county and every member in it upside down, because this is a very small town. And when you were contacted by law enforcement then, you said it was several months later? Yep. Was that the first time you gave an official statement? Yes. And during your conversation with law enforcement, did they talk to you about the Hoosier Harvestor video? Yes. Were you familiar with the Hoosier Harvestor and its location? I'm familiar with the location. Honestly, I did not realize that there was a store back there. I just know it as a bunch of storage units. So I just thought it was just a storage unit building. I didn't know there was a store back there, but they do have cameras. Okay, so law enforcement showed you some still shots from that camera. To see if you could help them determine your vehicle on the camera. Is that correct? Yes. And so did you assist in identifying your vehicle the last time you passed by the Mears entrance and this camera and would have seen the Bridge Guy? Yes. I'd like to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 2119. It's already been provided to the jury. Do you recognize that? Yes, this is my old car that I used to have during that time frame. Okay, and it indicates a time and it's a 24-hour clock, which the time here says 3:56, close to the 4 o'clock hour. And is that when you recall driving by there? Yep, Judge. The state would move to admit Exhibit 220 and publish it to the jury. No objection. All right? Without objection, 220 is admitted and you may publish. I'll pass the witness, Judge. Mr. Baldwin? Hi, Sarah, hi. You used the word mud 11 times in your first interview with police. Yep, and you never said the word blood the first time you talked to police. I believe I did, but it's not my portion of law enforcement to catch on those things, because I believe I said mud and blood at one point. I do know that in the transcript for that area, it has me mumbling, and I will admit, my first interview I was very nervous and I mumbled and rambled a lot. So the first time you said, 11 times you said blood, mud, I said blood once, you said mud 11 times. In that first interview, right? Yep. And when you said mud the first time in that interview, you didn't say mud and blood, right? No, I didn't. The second time you didn't say, oh, I saw him in mud and blood. Did you? I said mud and blood. I believe, I'm trying to remember how many times I mentioned it, but there was a portion where I stand up in my little video from my interview, and that is when I said that. But you are admitting that in the transcript, blood doesn't appear? It does not appear. All right, now, nobody prevented you from, when you were saying mud, pairing it up with blood, did they? Nobody said, well, if you say mud, don't say blood? Yeah, no one said anything like that. You just didn't say mud and blood. That was, I said mud and blood once, but mud a lot of times because he really was caked in mud. The blood doesn't appear in the transcript. It does not in that first one. Objection? Asked and answered. Sustained. Now, you were interviewed a couple of weeks later. Weren't you? Yes. And you said that time the word mud 13 times in that interview to law enforcement, right? I believe so. And in that interview, you also never said the word blood. I believe I did, because I believe that second interview, there's at least an hour worth of video transcript that's missing. Oh, okay. So there's missing video that you say you think you said blood? I just know that there's at least an hour portion of that interview that I personally have not been able to rewatch because it is gone. But you admit the transcript that you've seen shows no mention of the word blood in that second interview, correct? I don't know honestly. Would you like to, can I refresh your recollection with the transcript and you could have an opportunity to review it? You're welcome to. May I approach, Judge? You may. So I'm handing you your June 19th, 2017 interview. Affirm response. And I guess I'm asking you to refresh your recollection whether you used the word blood in this transcript from that interview. I do not see anything in here, but I will remember that I do remember talking to that officer about it and being able to describe what I saw, and I marked it on an image, okay? But in this transcript, there's no mention of the word blood that I'm aware of. No. Your second interview, well, you just looked at it. Yeah, I know. There's no blood in it. I know. No one prevented you from saying blood in that interview, did they? Then we switch over to the third interview, and you never said the word in that interview muddy, did you? That interview also took 2 years later, and at this point I understand you're doing your job and you're doing great at it. But the details of that day are simple as it is. I saw Bridgeman walking on the side of the road at the 4 o'clock hour. He was covered in mud and blood, and that's that. Except in March of 2019, your third interview, you never said mud. You just said blood. You mean the opposite? Because Are you trying to manipulate this question? No, I'm not trying to be tricky. Thank you for saying that. You are correct. In March, your third interview, you never used the word mud. You only said blood. Correct? In my third interview? Yes. I believe I said mud and blood. My description for him is always going to stay the same because my memory of him. Now you think your description's always going to say the same? Yeah. My description is Bridgeman, but you do remember a third interview in 2019? Yes, I did. Would it help to refresh your recollection to see if you ever said the word mud or muddy to the officer if I provided that transcript to you? I mean, you're welcome to. Objection, asked and answered. Overruled. March 2019. I'm handing you the entire transcript from March 2019. Will you please read it for the word mud or muddy? And let me know when you're ready. Sorry, at the beginning of this I was rambling a lot, apparently. Definitely mentioned blood in here, but I do not see mud. So a moment ago, ma'am, you had said that your description was always consistent, mud and blood, but that's not true, is it? I guess not, but in fact, you said the word blood 16 times in that third interview. I don't know if you counted it up. Oh, I didn't count that far, I just made sure. You said many times while you were reading this. Does that sound reasonable, 16 times? I would say so. And in fact, you said that it looked like a hog had been slaughtered. That's how much blood you saw. I've never slaughtered hogs, I just know blood splatter. And that is something that I used as an analogy. So as far as how accurate that description is, I don't know, because I've never slaughtered a hog. So the mud from 2017 in your first interview turned to blood by 2019? No, it's still mud and blood. So you had indicated on your direct examination that you thought maybe he had fallen down a cliff and that's why he was muddy. Yeah, and he had blood on him? Why would I suspect he was a murderer at that point? Did you stop to help him? No, I'm a woman. I'm not going to stop and help a random man. And in that first interview, you told the law enforcement that the color of his coat was tan, not blue. Correct? I did, but I will say that was inaccurate. It changed to blue after your second interview when you saw State's Exhibit 210. Correct? Correct. But it was always blue. My first interview, I'll admit, I did describe the color of that coat wrong. You think maybe this had some impact on your thought process in terms of what you originally remembered versus, after seeing this, what your memory changed into? The reason why I feel like my memory remembers more brown than blue is just because of the fact that he was covered in a lot of mud. I mean, in your second interview, you even indicated to the person that was interviewing you, I don't want to be contaminated with the photo, so please don't show it to me. You are right. And I still don't know. You guys know more about this case than I do. I really want, outside of this testimony, I want nothing to do with any of this. So the answer is yes. Yes. You did not want that officer to show you the photo? You are correct. But then he did, didn't he? I mean, it's hard not to. It was all over the news, all over every single social media. It was plastered all over town. There's still photos of him plastered all over town. It's hard not to notice the image. In fact, the law enforcement officer not only put it in front of you when you asked him not to, he asked you to keep it there during the entire interview so that you could be looking right at it if you wanted to. Correct? Maybe. Honestly, I do not remember if that was his exact wording or if that's why he put the image down on the table. I just know it was there. And after he put that image there, that's when your story started to change. No. My story has never really changed. The only thing that probably has done me wrong is my anxiety in all of this. You also indicated in the second interview that the guy you saw on 300 North was wearing a brown sweater, right? I mean, it was under his coat. Under his tan coat or blue coat? It was a blue coat. You also told strike that. The guy you saw on the road had curl to his hair. He had a little bit of hair poking out. Now, whether or not it's curly, it's hard to say. I passed him on the road while I was driving. He could have been sweaty. He was covered in mud. It could have been just flipped up from that aspect. But he had a little bit of hair at the time peeking out. Okay. You also thought that he had very effeminate eyes. What? Are you romanticizing this man? 'Cause those are your words. Want to see them? I never said he had very romantic eyes. Effeminate eyes? You never said that? No, I did not. Do you remember taking a deposition with us, Brad? And yeah. Would it help refresh your recollection if I have you review your words from this deposition? I believe a part of that deposition, there's stuff in there that I don't think we're talking about. So, would it help to refresh your recollection whether you said very effeminate eyes? No, I'm good. You said very effeminate eyes. That's the person you saw had very effeminate eyes. Objection asked and answered. Sustained. I don't think she's answered it, Judge. She doesn't recall. Well, then I'd like to have her. Then I do not recall. I don't remember ever saying that he had feminine eyes. I'd like Would it help refresh your recollection if I showed this to you? No, I'm good. I am good. You also claimed to not have your phone with you for all the time you were driving on that day. Is that accurate? I thought I had my phone with me. I don't feel like, this day and age, I don't feel like I would have left the house without my phone and been driving around the county for hours on end without a cell phone. Also, they ping. Part of the reason they were able to contact me was because my cell phone pinged off the tower. So your information there is incorrect. So you did get, that's right, around where the girls were found. Is that your understanding? Or do you know? I don't even know where they were found at. But around the Mears entrance, your phone apparently pinged. Is that what you're saying? I know that they also went through the cell phone tower that's nearby, and they went through every single person whose cell phone pinged on that tower. What? And that my phone did ping off of that tower. What is your provider? My provider is Verizon, so you had 3 weeks of sheer panic, and then even after seeing the photo on the TV, and then it took you 3 weeks to go talk to the police? Yeah, I was a chicken. Cowardly lion right here, just a chicken. So you saw a guy a half a football field or so past the Mears. Objection, Judge, form of the question. He's putting testimony in the question that hasn't been previously testified to. Sustained. You were traveling around 35 miles an hour when you saw this person? I believe so. But I'll admit, I didn't look exactly at the gauge when I was driving by. Sure, I just know I was driving slow enough that I obviously was not speeding past him, but enough to at least look at him when I noticed him. And you only saw him for a mere instant? I would say probably 30 seconds at most, from like point of driving down to when I no longer saw him, because I saw the people here. Looked forward, saw him on the side of the road, drove past him, and then went on my merry way home. In terms of the details, you saw him for a mere second. The details of his face, I'd say about 30 seconds. Not enough to get like a, aha, is this man right here? But enough to be like, yeah, that's a white man in his 30s to 40s, maybe 50s. This guy is covered in mud and blood. He's very suspicious. He's wearing an extreme amount of layers for a day that is so nice and warm, and he's just being weird. Okay, you remember being deposed when Mr. Razi and I deposed you? Yes, you told us that you only saw him for a mere instant. Isn't that correct? I would say 30 seconds is a mere instance, unless your instant is a different definition of my instant. That's fair. It is, but that's fair. Mere instant in your world is 30 seconds. Yes. Okay. And you also did not have time to study any details on this person you saw? Yeah. I can't tell you how many freckles he had or if he had feminine eyes or any of that. Well, do you want to refresh your recollection about the effeminate eyes? I believe they said no. You know, I don't have any other questions. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, Judge. Sarah, let's start with the tan sweater. When you say tan sweater, what kind of clothing are you describing? See, in this instance, it'd be like a hoodie. And when you say a hoodie, would that be like a pullover type of thing that has a hood on it? Yes. Like think of your sweater that you pull over, has a pocket in the front that has the hood on the back. The biggest thing is it had a hood. Okay. So you could see a tan hood? Yes, I believe. And you indicated there was a question about whether you saw hair. Did you see a hat on this person? Yes, there was a hat on this person. Could you describe the hat? The hat was odd to me, which I will admit that I'm really only familiar with baseball caps. Anything else? It is a weird hat to me, so I just remember it was a funky-looking hat, not one that's common in my wardrobe. Did it have a bill on it? I think so, but I'll admit I've also been shown so many pictures of hats over the years. In every interview I've done so many, I feel like it's just a Tinder profile now on flipping hats. Okay, could you have mistaken hair for a part of the hat? Maybe. But did this hat have anything that covered the ears? I saw the bottom of his ears, but also he was hunched like this. So I don't know if it also kind of pushed his hat up. 'Cause I'll admit, like, I remember it was a weird hat. But I'm sorry, like my mind is a little tainted when it comes to the hat. I cannot tell you the exact details of that hat anymore without feeling like I've been compromised. And when you were describing what part of his ears you could see, you were hunching your shoulders, correct? It was just like the lower bits of his ears. And you were describing his shoulders as hunched up? Yeah, he was hunched up. Could you see his hands? No. He had his hands in his pocket the entire time. And how would you describe his posture? Weird? Sketchy? No. In words, how would you describe it? He was slumped over. He was kind of like, what would you say? Like curled into himself. Okay. And then, you also said that, officer, someone told you that they identified your phone number in a ping. Is that correct? Yes. You then said they checked all the numbers that came up in a ping. Do you personally know that? I just know that because my family lives nearby, and all of them got called and questioned. And anybody that I remember from that time frame talking on social media, they mentioned that their phones were pinged and talked to through that process. In your process of being interviewed multiple times, did an officer talk to you about your phone being located in the area? Yes, I believe it was in either the first or second interview, Did officers indicate to you that they were trying to make contact with everyone's phone that pinged in the area? Yes, they were contacting everything, and I feel like it's important to point out to them. They were also following thousands of tips at the time frame. Fair. Let's only talk about what you personally know.
Oh, that's okay.
So you believe you learned something about phone numbers in a pinged area from law enforcement? Yes, I believe. Let's talk about your second interview. You indicate that you had an opportunity to review your second interview on video. Yes, is that correct? Yes. And when you started to observe the second interview, did you notice that a portion of the discussion with the officer was missing? Yes, a good portion. Okay. And you indicated to Mr. Baldwin that you believed it was an hour to an hour and a half. Is that correct? Yes. And during that portion of the interview, were you telling the officer about mud and blood on the person you saw? Yes. And was it during that period of time that the officer provided you with a picture of Bridge Guy? Yes. And at that point, you indicated to him you had already seen the image in the media? Yes. And so were you asked to mark on this picture of Bridge Guy what you observed in the neighborhood of Mud and Blood? Yes, I was. I'd like to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 221. Do you recognize this image? Yes, I do. This is the image I marked on here. When you guys go to look at it, well, I'll let you talk about it. Oh, sorry. So you do recognize the image, correct? Yes, I do. Okay, and so by the time the officer gave you this image, Judge, I would move to admit Exhibit 221. No objection, and publish to the jury. All right, without objection, 221's admitted, and okay, Sarah, so during the first hour to hour and a half of that interview, second interview, in June of 2017, had you and the officer already communicated that the person you saw on the side of the road you believed to be the Bridge Guy? Yes. That was an image produced in the media? Yes. Okay. And so you were then asked to indicate on this photograph, or you did? Unask, I don't know how at this moment, but you marked on it? Yes, I marked on it. And what were you trying to illustrate? It's easier for me to talk with my hands, sorry. So down here on the bottom, these dots, this is what I was indicating as the blood. The lines that are up on the pants, mud. Same with right here. And then this up here was me trying to put an outline to that pesky hat, but this is just a line to kind of indicate the outline of his hat. So but mud, lines for mud on his coat, dots of blood on his pants. And so you were using an ink pen to draw on this photograph? I was using a pencil. If I knew it was going to be evidence, I would have given you guys a nice little marker down thing that was color-coded, and so I'm sorry about that. So this area on the front of his coat, is that mud or blood or both? I saw it as mud, but I'm sorry, the coat was dark enough that if he had blood on it, it would not have drawn my attention as quickly as the light-colored pants with the red blood on it. Now, I cannot tell from looking at this image, but did you mark the sleeves at all? I did mark, I believe, some of the sleeves. Once again, I'm sorry, guys. If I knew that this was going to be like this, I would have done it in a better marker, but I believe I did get some on the sleeves, maybe. And was the sleeves mud or blood? They were mud. And then on the pants, is it you have the little, looks like raindrops almost? Yes. Are those splatters of mud or blood? Those were splatters of blood. And then what about, you said lower on the pants, he was caked with mud. Like, okay. And that's outside of this photograph. Yeah, like he was caked so much. Like he had to have been like right down by the river. Okay, like he was really muddy. Thank you, Sarah, you're welcome. Now, when you did the third interview, you were asked why you didn't talk too much about the mud and the blood. Hadn't you already told multiple officers in your first interview about mud and blood? Objection. That's not what the evidence showed in the first interview. Sustained. Had you indicated to the officers in your first interview that there was mud and blood? Yes. Objection. That's not what. She did testify, she said mud and blood. In the second interview, did you tell officers you saw mud and blood? Sustained. In the second interview, did you describe mud and blood? Leading judge? Overruled. Yes. In the third interview, did you feel the need to focus on mud and blood again? No. I focused on the blood because I felt like that was the more important aspect that they were wanting. No other questions. Mr. Baldwin. So the reason you did not talk about mud when describing this person you saw on 300 North in that third interview is because you had exhausted. You were exhausted talking about the mud, apparently. Is that what you're saying? No, I don't believe that was it. I believe it was just the way, the questioning that came up with the police officers. That's just what we focused on. That's what we focused on? I would say that's what the officers were focusing on when they were questioning me. You said the word mud 13 times in that second interview. We're doing this again? Yes, we are. So your testimony is apparently that after you said mud 13 times without blood, that when the video cut off, that then you started talking about blood. Is that what you're saying? No. What I'm saying is at the point where it was just one officer and I in the room and we were talking and he had me describing the story, I was comfortable enough that I talked and gave him more details. I was bullet. And that's not on video, apparently. That video is missing. And that's not on my fault. That is just a technology error. We have to take, this is from the second interview. That is an image from what I know, was taken from LG's phone. I understand, but when you wrote on this, it was during the second interview? Yes, I wrote on it during the second interview. And we have to take your word for it that whatever is on the bottom of those pants is mud, which is what you said 13 times, and not blood, which you didn't say any time. It's mud and blood on both. Take your word for that? It's mud and blood. I have no other questions. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Miss Carbaugh? Okay, I see a couple. Sidebar conference conducted. Oops, sorry. No, you're fine. Okay. What was your age in February 2017? That's fine. Is it possible during the police interview that they could have misheard or confused words mud and blood? No, I'll object to that. They can only testify to their perception, so no. Okay? Being that the officer heard the words so many times, so yeah, we're not doing that. Okay? So, no. How wide is the road? Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm okay with it. Can you describe why you concluded he had blood spatters? That she can testify to that. I'd say yeah. How obvious were the blood splatters compared to the mud on the man you saw? I don't know that she can testify to that. Yeah. How old were you at the time of your initial interview? No. But they're the same. So same. Okay. So no to that one. How close to the man were you when you passed by him? Yeah. So, do you want me to say like in feet or just let her describe? Let Miss Mudd describe it. Okay. She has played it up. My goodness. Okay. Lots of questions. So, Miss Carbaugh, I'm going to ask you these questions, and then the attorneys will have an opportunity to follow up, okay? Okay, so what was your age in February of 2017? 27, 28. Yeah, let's see. I'm 35 now. That was, I should say, 26 maybe. Okay, any follow-up? No. Mr. Baldwin? No, Judge. Thank you. How wide is the road? Oh, it's a country road, so if you have two big pickup trucks crossing, you're going to have tires on either side off the road. It's small enough that it can fit like a vehicle, like one vehicle comfortably. But if you've got two going at the same direction, you are going to have somebody off the road a little bit. Any follow-up? No. Mr. Baldwin? No, Your Honor, thank you. Can you describe why you concluded he had blood splatters? Because I saw blood splatters. Follow-up, Miss Diener? No questions. Mr. Baldwin? No, Your Honor. Thank you. How obvious were the blood splatters compared to the mud on the man that you saw? The blood splatters, you know, when blood is fresh, it's kind of bright red still. It was still in that bright phase, so it kind of stood out against the light, I think. But it was small patches with caked-up mud. So the whitewashed jeans is what made it more noticeable to me. Honestly, if he had blood all over him, I would have not spotted it outside of the jeans. Okay, any follow-up, miss? No. Mr. Baldwin? No, Your Honor, thank you. And how close to the man were you when you passed by him? Less than 5 feet. No, less than 3 feet, honestly. So, any follow-up? Any follow-up? No. Yes, you have previously testified you were 20 feet or more away? I mean, you're driving? I should ask for clarification. Are you asking, as I'm driving, I'm approaching him. So technically speaking, it started off as then 10, then 15, then 5, 3, then behind me. Like the closest you got to him? When I was passing him, probably would have been about 3 feet at most. 3 feet? I was driving. I didn't take a ruler out while I was driving. Be like, hey, you're about 17 inches away from me. No, I was driving. No other questions. All right. Thank you, Miss Carbaugh. You may step down. Thank you. Judge, may she be excused from her subpoena? No. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. All right, you may call your next witness. Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Dr. Kaur. Your Honor, may we approach? Sure. Conference conducted. This may be a lengthy witness. Do you want to take a break? Is that what you're asking? I'd be fine to proceed, but we may have to break between direct and cross. Yeah, I don't know how long it's going to take, so all right, we'll kind of play it by ear. I probably could use a restroom break. I'm okay, though. Okay. All right, maybe between direct and cross. Okay, thank you. Sidebar conference concluded. Witness sworn. Good morning. Would you tell the jury your name, please? Dr. Roland M. Kaur, K-O-H-R, and can you tell the jury what is your profession? Currently, I'm a semi-retired forensic pathologist. I do fill-in work still to cover autopsy services for my former associate. I do independent consulting with civil and criminal attorneys in various other jurisdictions in various locations across the country. I am also the forensic medical director and laboratory director for the Indiana Donor Network. What does a pathologist do, sir? Pathology is a subspecialty of medicine, or a specialty of medicine. Literally, the word pathology means the study of disease. Typical pathologist in most hospital settings would be the person that oversees the laboratory, that looks at specimens under the microscope, examines things removed at surgery, who's responsible for ensuring that blood tests and urine tests, things of that type, are run properly and accurately, and then just overseeing the lab functions according to governmental standards. Forensic pathologist. Would you describe that for the jury, please? Certainly. Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology, of which there are several. The basic hospital pathologist is usually considered an anatomic pathologist and a clinical pathologist. Forensic pathology is an additional specialty sub-certification that applies the principles of pathology and medicine to the field of law, so as to make interpretations available to examine causes of death, injury patterns, things of that nature. Would you describe your educational background, please? Following high school, I attended Indiana University in Bloomington for 3 years, receiving a Bachelor of Arts degree in Biological Sciences. I then attended the Indiana University School of Medicine in Indianapolis for 4 years, receiving my MD degree. Following that, I did a 1-year general surgery internship at Methodist Hospital of Indianapolis, at the IU Medical Center, and then a 4-year anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Methodist Hospital of Indianapolis. What did that residency in the last 4 years you said was a what? Combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency. Residency. Would you describe for the jury what that consisted of? What was your experience in the residency? Okay? Resident is basically an apprentice position that's learning the ins and outs of a given specialty. So during the 4 years of that training, I spent 2 years in clinical pathology, 2 years in anatomic pathology, getting gradually increased levels of responsibility. So on anatomic pathology, we would examine specimens as they were removed at surgery, whether it be a gallbladder, a colon biopsy, entire organs removed, such as breasts for breast cancer or colon for colon cancer. That also included autopsies, and during the course of my residency did in the neighborhood of 150 to 200 autopsies. The clinical pathology side of things involved looking at the basic laboratory operations, so we were experienced in clinical chemistry, clinical microbiology, hematology, blood banking, toxicology, coagulation, things of that nature. And again, you're given increasing levels of responsibility, shadowing established positions until your final year. You're kind of given almost free rein, but still with somebody to oversee, making sure you're not overstepping and misdiagnosing things. After completion of the residency program, what did you do? What was the next phase of your profession? I received a job offer and took a position as an associate pathologist at Terre Haute Regional Hospital at Terre Haute, Indiana, where I served as the associate pathologist to a more senior pathologist for 9 years. Following those 9 years, the hospital board of trustees appointed me as the director of laboratories over my previous supervisor, and I remained in that position as director of laboratories for the hospital up until my retirement from full-time practice 3 years ago. During the time I was a pathologist in Terre Haute, I was encouraged by various entities to consider running for coroner based on my experience on having done autopsies and understanding disease processes. And so during the course of the 1988 election cycle, I ran for and was elected as coroner, taking office in January of 1989. Since that time, I served a grand total of 4 terms of 4 years each as Vigo County coroner. Because Indiana law limits constitutional offices to 2 consecutive terms, I did 2 terms, set out 2 more, then ran for 2 more terms, but continued to do autopsies for the Vigo County Coroner's Office and eventually for 16 or 17 other counties in the area, including several in Illinois. Dr. Kaur, I'm not sure you covered it or not, did you have a time where you did emergency room medicine? Part of my training in general surgery was stints in the emergency department at what was then called Wishart Memorial Hospital, the county general hospital for Indianapolis. But then, because of that and my general surgery experience while I was doing my pathology residency for those 4 years, I had a moonlighting position where I worked as an ER physician. Basically did about 10 weeks full-time practice in the spring of 1980, and then continued to do 2 shifts a month for the next 4 years. Have you been a teacher? I have. Explain that for the jury, please. What teaching experience do you have? Well, as a medical resident, you've involved with teaching of medical students that do clinical rotations on the course of the things they do in a medical center setting. But after becoming coroner, I was approached by faculty members at Indiana State University who were interested in me teaching a course in death investigation in their criminology department. So I ended up teaching for roughly 20 years with a title of Associate Visiting Professor of Criminology and Criminal Justice. Taught a 3-hour course, 400 level and 500 level, so it meant upperclassmen as well as graduate students on basics of death investigation. Since then, I've also served as an instructor for the Indiana Coroners Training Board for roughly 10 years. As a pathologist at the hospital, we also have medical students that rotate through at various times, so we would entertain students for month-long rotations, basically one-on-one, them shadowing me for the course of the month. Above and beyond that, I've always made it available that law enforcement officers, others in training for things such as paramedic EMT, could attend autopsies to learn the basic anatomy, and I've had relationships with several of the nursing schools in the Terre Haute area. In fact, as recently as 2 days ago, I had nursing students observing one of my autopsies, so I'm still teaching, just not with a formal title and not getting paid for that part of it. Have you been asked to provide any leadership, sir? In any leadership in the area of child protection, child death investigations? I have. I was appointed to the original Indiana what's the exact title? Child Fatality Review Team, which was back almost 20 years ago it was formed, and was one of the original members of that group. We review, essentially, every childhood death that occurs in the state of Indiana. After about 7 years in that position, the governor at the time essentially cleaned house and named all new members. But as of about 5 years ago, I'm back on that committee, so I'm serving as the lone forensic pathologist on the State Child Fatality Review Team, as well as 2 subcommittees of that, one of which is the Sudden Unexpected Infant Death Investigation Subcommittee, and then an advanced review team composed of myself, some geneticists, and multiple specialists from Riley Children's Hospital, as well as Department of Health. Over the years, have you collaborated with the Indiana State Police in providing training and teaching to crime scene investigators? Well, by the nature of the way I do autopsies, I'm always trying to teach while we're going through things, because various people see certain situations infrequently during the course of their careers. And so whether it be city police, a town marshal, county sheriff, or state police, I'm always kind of going into teaching mode if we see something of interest during an autopsy. Because of that, for a time, the person who was in charge of training of crime scene investigators or evidence technicians for the state police, who had been one of those himself, started sending all the recently trained and ready to enter practice as such graduates of their program to me, and I would spend basically a half day with them, primarily to describe how they are to interact with county coroners, because county coroners in Indiana have a great spectrum of qualifications. The legalities of dealing with those, who has control of a crime scene versus who does not, as well as ensuring some keys from the basic types of injury patterns we see. But so that's been kind of my semi-formal process with the head of the training program for the state police CSIs, as well as ongoing informal training whenever they're in the room. You mentioned your coroner experience, Dr. Kaur, and that would have directly led you to visit and be present at crime scenes, at death scenes. Is that correct? That's correct. Many forensic pathologists confine their work to simply the laboratories. Is that correct? It's correct. Part of most training programs, though, requires that the forensic pathologist in training, do attend some crime scenes just to understand what goes on, what takes place. When I became the elected coroner, until I was confident in the abilities of some of my appointed deputy coroners, I would go to most of the major scenes myself, not necessarily to every natural death, but if we had something unusual in particular, for the first several years I attended every single homicide. And fortunately, since Vigo County does not have an overwhelming number of homicides, like a Marion County or a Chicago area, I still kind of made it a point whenever I was available, if I was in town, if we had a homicide, I would attend it. Just because, based on my experience, training, etc., sometimes I see things at scenes that other people don't, or if they see them, they don't recognize the significance of, so that extra set of eyes is always helpful, because it may be something that nobody else felt was significant. What is an autopsy, doctor? The word autopsy literally means to see for yourself. In common usage, it is a medical examination performed by a medical professional, which involves external and internal examination of a human body. Although it rarely can be similar things done for animals, it involves collecting of evidence as necessary, removal of the organs, dissection of the organs, collecting of blood samples and other body fluid samples, preservation of samples for further examination under the microscope for looking for microscopic changes, and then submitting samples for toxicologic or other chemical testing, and then putting all those bits of information together to render a final autopsy report with an opinion as to the cause of death and, based upon the circumstances provided to us, as to the manner of death. My next question, you probably covered it, but I want to make sure I understand the sequence. When you perform an autopsy, what are the phases or stages of the autopsy? Okay, well, I kind of gave a brief overview. The initial stage we do before doing any autopsy is A, we have to be contacted by a legal authority requesting the autopsy. Now, when I was coroner, I was my own authority, so that was not an issue. But when I've not been seated as the coroner, that has to come from either the coroner or a deputy coroner. And for all the other counties I worked with, from the representatives from their particular offices. But they would contact me, indicate they're interested in having me perform an autopsy, and then we would make scheduling arrangements to work it in to whatever the workflow was. I would try to get as much possible information relevant to the case about why we were doing it to start with, and then, at the appointed time, we would go to the morgue. Oftentimes, if it was a criminal investigation, we would have in attendance officers or members from the coroner's staff, and then we would proceed with removing the body from whatever transport medium it had been in, whether a body bag or wrapped in sheets placed on the autopsy table, and then, if it's wrapped in sheets, pulling the sheets back, if it's in a body bag, opening the body bag. We then observe the body, the condition it's in the body bag before anything else is touched. We photograph, if necessary, make note of clothing, whether there is evidence of outdoor activity, such as leaves, dirt, debris, etc. Once we've done those sort of things, we will then take the body out of the body bag and place it on the autopsy dissection table. Again, make notes of anything that now is apparent that was not apparent earlier. And we will document things such as hair color, eye color, clothing that's worn, jewelry that may be in place, obvious wounds, blood, other signs of trauma. Sometimes the trauma is extremely obvious, such as misformed legs because of severe fractures, blood covering the body from various types of wounds, and we will document those before we start cleaning or removing anything else. Once we have documented those things to my satisfaction, we then proceed to undress the body and then take another round of photographs and notations. So we cut a lot of the clothing. We look at the clothing to see if there may be holes in the clothing itself, such as from bullets, knives, whatever it might be, just tearing. Of course, during the course of this, if we get a body that is affected by other natural phenomenon, such as insect activity, maggot activity, other insects that predate onto, human flesh, we will make note of those as well and collect samples as necessary. Once the body is undressed, again it is photographed, examined for wounds that are sometimes not apparent with clothing on, and then one more step is we will then clean the body. Sometimes blood will obscure various types of wounds and kind of make it impossible to tell where the bleeding is coming from, but we will rinse down the body, again make note of any obvious wounds. Now, one step we will usually do before cleaning the body, though, is if we have to collect evidence for a sexual assault, that will be done before we wash things away, which may be pertinent to that examination or which may be contaminated by free-flowing water, causing things to run into various orifices or cavities that otherwise would not be affected. Let me stop you there, Dr. Kaur. We'll talk in a bit about the exact components of the Indiana State Police Evidence Collection Kit, Sexual Crime Collection Kit, but that process of examination and collection of samples is done prior to any real movement or touching of the body, certainly any cleaning of the body. Is that correct? Well, things such as collecting hair samples, fingernail scrapings, and so forth, yes, that's done before doing anything else. Obviously, if we're going to be doing a sexual assault, eventually we're going to have to remove any clothing such as pants, panties, and so forth to get to those. But as things are exposed, we will collect them at that point. Once the examination, the external examination of wounds or the body, is there anything else about the external examination that you wanted to describe before I interrupted you? We will do measurements. If we have obvious wounds, we will document where on the body they are. And I usually have a small worksheet I work from that I will do very crude drawings, because I'm certainly not a trained medical illustrationist, but indicate the type of wounds I believe them to be, whether stab, incised, gunshot entry-exit, things of that type. I will take note of where they are in the body relative to other anatomic landmarks. Typically in a gunshot wound, I will say they are, so many inches below the top of the head, so many inches to the right or left of the midline, what a trajectory is, whether it appears to be going front to back or back to front, things of that nature. We will, on certain occasions, If we're worried about projectiles such as gunshots, we will at this point have X-rays obtained, and that's why I've always insisted on doing my autopsies in a hospital setting, is because I have ready access to portable X-ray equipment. They can wheel the X-ray machine in, take a photograph, and I'll have results within a matter of minutes, instead of having to wait days or weeks to get those back. Once all those sort of things are done, then we proceed to start collecting samples. And by samples, for toxicology, we will usually take a blood sample from the femoral arteries and vein in. My preference is the left leg, just because I'm right-handed, I work on the right side of the body, and in reaching forward, it's easier to access that for myself. The reason we take blood from a femoral vessel, rather than from the body cavities in most cases, is it is a less contaminated sample in terms of having potential for erroneous results. There's a phenomenon recognized by forensic pathologists called post-mortem drug redistribution, which means after a body dies, drug concentrations which may be evenly distributed throughout the bloodstream will start to shift, and the longer it sits, the more they may shift. Because the large blood vessels in the chest are next to the liver, which can concentrate certain types of drugs, we try to avoid that. They're also very close to the stomach, and things like alcohol can just passively diffuse from the stomach into surrounding structures. So there's a risk that we may get an erroneously high value if we take a blood sample for toxicology from a central location. So by going to a large peripheral site, such as the femoral artery and vein, we can get a decent sample that's not going to have those contaminate potentials. In the event of not being able to get adequate blood from a peripheral site, though, we will sometimes be forced to take it from a central site. We'll have to take the best we can get. But those samples are collected, and once those samples have been collected and placed in appropriate containers, we will then begin the dissection. And that involves an internal examination. And that internal examination, does that allow you to see more full the extent of any wounds that are visible on the exterior of the body, and perhaps understand the nature or the cause of death more fully? It does. And again, this is basically a medical procedure, a dissection as it were, where we open the chest cavity, the abdominal cavity, remove the ribcage anteriorly so we can observe the organs in their positions, note how they appear, whether they appear normal versus disease versus disrupted from whatever cause may be going on. One of the last things we do after doing the chest and abdominal cavities, we will do the head, and we make incisions. And all our incisions are placed in ways that they can be camouflaged so as not to impede an open viewing during a funeral service. So the typical incision we use is a Y-shaped incision on the chest and abdominal cavity, although the way I was taught, it's more of a goalpost as opposed to a standard Y. The incision we make on the head is we go from behind one ear, across the top of the head, to behind the other ear. We can peel the skull or the scalp forward and back, take off the top of the skull to remove the brain, and then put things back together again so that they are not readily visible to anyone viewing a body. We will remove each organ in stepwise fashion. One of the other things I do in the course of my dissections that I was taught in my training program, which I know not everybody does, is I will isolate the 3 main blood vessels that are in the neck area, specifically the arteries, by tying large strings around them. Now, the reason we do this is because it facilitates superior embalming results by the funeral directors. That's just a, medical courtesy we're doing for their behalf. It takes a couple extra minutes for me due to, but it makes a world of difference for them in terms of how they can make the body presentable. So I will isolate the right subclavian artery, the right common carotid artery, and the left common carotid artery, again with large strings, so that they're easily found, and then proceed to remove the various organ structures in the body. Take out the thyroid gland, which is in the neck, the heart itself, the lungs. We then proceed to the abdominal cavity. We will remove the intestinal structures, followed by the liver, spleen, pancreas, stomach, and esophagus, adrenal glands, kidneys. Then that gets us down in the pelvic area. Once we have access to the pelvis, if it's a male, we'll take a urine sample, feel the size of the prostate. If it's a female, we'll observe the female reproductive structures, including the uterus and ovaries, and also take urine samples if urine's available. We will open the aorta, the main vessel in the main large artery going down the center of the body, to look for evidence of atherosclerosis or other injuries. And then, as everything is removed, it is set over on a separate dissecting table, and I will then sequentially dissect each and every one of these organs, looking for specific abnormalities that they may have. While I'm doing that off to the side, I will first make my scalp incision, and then my autopsy assistant will proceed with removing the top of the skull and preparing it for me to remove the brain. So that way we're both doing something the same time. It cuts back on waiting for one another to proceed to the next step. So as I dissect the organs, the first thing we've done is we've weighed them to see how they compare to what a normal standard reference would be. I will then observe them for how they feel, the coloration, whether there's masses or other abnormalities which I can recognize, and then I will take dissecting knives and cut into the organs in regular intervals so I can look at the insides of the organs, not just the surfaces. I will then collect tissue samples from each of the organs placed in a formaldehyde container, because those are what we will then use to make microscopic slides with down the road, and then usually by the time I'm finishing that up, they're ready for me to be able to remove the brain. That will also be weighed and then also dissected in a sequential fashion. Thank you, Dr. Kaur. How many autopsies have you performed in your professional career? Right now, it's between 7,700 and 7,800, and I don't know the exact count at this moment. And have you testified in court before? I have, and in a number of jurisdictions. I've testified in probably a dozen to 15 jurisdictions in the state of Indiana, 4 different jurisdictions in the state of Illinois. I've testified by Zoom in the state of Montana, in person for civil cases in California, and I believe 5 or 6 different federal courtrooms, both in Indiana and Illinois. In criminal cases, you've primarily testified on behalf of the prosecution, is that correct? I testify on behalf of whoever sends me the subpoena, and it primarily is the prosecution. And you have testified, however, and been contacted and consulted with criminal defense. Is that correct? That is correct. I'm going to hand to you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 13 through 137. Prior to that, however, let me ask a couple of questions directly, sir. Were you contacted on February 14th, 2017, to conduct autopsies the following day, the following morning, in relation to the deaths of LG and AW? And did you perform those autopsies on February 15th, 2017? I did. Showing you these images, would you look at these and tell us, have you seen those before and do you recognize them? And are they accurate depictions of what they purport to show? I recognize them as photographs that were taken during the course of the autopsies of the 2 young women in my autopsy facility in Terre Haute. I'm also going to show you a photograph, 222, without displaying it to the jury. Have you seen that before? I have. And is 224 a close-up you cropped to show a portion of the injuries displayed on State's Exhibit 135? Yes, it is. Would these photos assist you in describing to the jury your examinations and the opinion that you drew? Yes, they would. You were present when the state police crime scene investigator took a number of photographs. Is that correct? The ones that we've just been shown to me? Yes, I was present for all those. In fact, my hands or my body are visible in some of the photographs as well. And those included both external and internal examination photographs? Pretty much. Not these that I've shown you, but the ones that they took. You've reviewed those, correct? Yes, I have. And did you help select the ones that would be pertinent to your testimony? I did. And they do not include any internal examination photos? Correct. I would move the admission, Your Honor, that conditionally accepted, but not fully, of the photographs 123 to 137. In addition, I would ask leave of the court to move for the admission of the close-up photograph 222. 123 through 137. Did you say I said another number? I heard 222 and 224. Are those? I just want to make sure. 222 is the new one. 222 is the new one. I believe I misspoke. All right, that's fine. Yes. Judge, the defense would renew its objection based on 403, with the understanding that our position is, is that they're more prejudicial than probative, so we'd ask that they be excluded based on the conversation we had yesterday, or maybe the day before at this point. Thank you. And based on the completion of the foundation, I'll show 123 to 137 and 222 admitted over objection. That was 123 through 137 inclusive. Thank you. Dr. Kaur, in this particular situation, the morning of Wednesday, February 15th, 2017, you did conduct 2 autopsies, correct? Correct. Could you describe to the jury what your practice is when you do multiple autopsies in terms of what you do once you complete the first autopsy and in between intervening times between the two? Well, generally, I follow the same approach, regardless whether I'm doing 1 autopsy on a given day or 3 or 4. Once I have completed the autopsy itself, during the course of the autopsy, I first filled out my worksheet, which will include, before any types of dissections are begun, noting things such as clothing, height, estimated weight, obvious wounds. During the course of the autopsies, we weigh the organs. We will record those on a dry erase board in the actual autopsy room. Once my dissection has been completed, I will take off my protective garments, transfer the weights that are listed on the dry erase board onto my worksheet, and then go back to my office while that case is fresh in my mind and I can generate my preliminary report. And what I do is I use a computer template because for a significant number of the autopsies we do, certain parts are very, very similar, with the exception of weights. 90+% of the spleens I examine look the same. The only difference in, Sam Jones versus Bill Smith is how much it weighs. And so I can use a, 2 or 3 sentence description of what it looks like, as long as it's normal, fill in the weight, and go forth. But I will do that in a case of this type, so I can fill in the blanks pretty readily. It expedites turning out a report, but in areas where there needs to be free text, such as a circumstantial summary, description of injuries, description of other abnormal findings, then I will free text those as need be to produce an essentially 5-page preliminary report, which is then available for law enforcement for whatever purposes they may need at that point in time. When you did, let's talk about the first autopsy you performed that morning. I believe it was on the body of AW. Yes, sir. And did you note her height and weight? We measure the height with a ruler, and this is literally length rather than a height, because they're laying on the table as opposed to standing upright, but we measured her length at being 64 inches, and my weight is an estimate based upon having done this for 30+ years and being able to correlate height with basic body build. And I estimated her weight at approximately 95 pounds. And did you document the clothing that she was wearing? I did. What clothing was she wearing when she arrived at the autopsy? There was a black hooded sweatshirt, there were a pair of blue jeans, a gray and black sports bra, and a rust-color camisole. Between the sweatshirt and the gray sports bra, was she wearing a garment? The camisole? The camisole? Yeah. When you conducted the internal examination of AW, what did you observe that was of note to you? If we're talking about the internal examination of the body cavity, it's really external. Okay? External. Once we got the body cleaned up enough to observe the source of the blood because there was some significant blood on the anterior neck area, we were able to describe a solitary transversely oriented incised wound across the neck, predominantly on the left side of the neck. The way the wound first appeared when we measured it was 5 centimeters in length, or roughly 2 inches. Now, soft tissues being such as they are, when you make an incision across certain muscle groups, the muscle fibers underneath the skin will cause it to retract. So in this case, since we have muscle fibers that tend to run vertically in the neck, this incision caused the 2 edges of the wound to kind of gap and pull it apart. So at that point, it was probably 2.5 inches wide. And one thing we do in the course of this to get a better feel of what it was before this pulling part was, we will then stretch the skin to make this a more or less flat or linear incision, then remeasure it in that condition. When we did that, the wound was 6.5 centimeters in length, or roughly 2.75 inches. Was that the only wound on the neck you observed? It was. Are you familiar with well, we spoke about the Indiana State Police Evidence Collection Kit. Did you utilize that kit in the collection of samples? I did. That kit includes a blood standard, does it not? It does. Vaginal wash? It does. What do you do in the vaginal wash? Well, what we will do initially as part of this examination, and what the kits are, is it's basically the size of almost a small shoebox, but it will have a number of envelopes that are all numbered, as well as collecting devices such as Q-tips, syringes, things of that type. And we will just start pulling out the envelopes one by one, and go first with envelope number 1 and see whatever it says is to be collected. And I think the first few have to do with things that can be just, hair plucked from the scalp, pubic hair pluckings if necessary, swabs taken on external surfaces, and so forth. At some point, we will then go ahead and do a vagina examination and take swabs with Q-tips, as well as anal swabs. And then once that is complete, we will take a syringe filled with sterile saline, inject that in by a syringe, and then whatever residues are collected and then mixed in with that fluid, the saline, we will then suction back out with a syringe and place in a test tube. So in addition to the vaginal wash, it would include a vaginal cervical swab? Yes. An oral swab? Yes. An anal swab? Yes. External genital swab? Yes. Internal genital swab? Yes. Fingernail scrapings? We attempt them depending upon what the length of the nails is on the person. With regard to AW, do you recall? I'm trying to remember which of the two young ladies had it, but one of them had been a nail biter, and we had very, very short fingernails, such that, and it was the case of AW, basically the nails were so short it was very difficult to get any type of scrapings, because there really wasn't any surface underneath them like on a normal person's nails. That's not a nail biter. And as you indicated, head hair combings, we will do combings to get hairs that are not officially attached, that may have been transferred from another source. There is also combings done of the public hair, and then pluckings from the hairs that will include roots as well. And these are all inside this box, the individual containers, marked with what the sample is to be. Correct. And you simply follow through with that examination, one by one, putting a sample collected, in that appropriate envelope. The evidence technician will basically hand me envelope number 1 and I'll see what it is. We'll collect that, put it in, he will seal it, and then move on to the next one in sequence. Was there any indication of sexual injury to AW? I did not see any overt injury patterns such as abrasions, lacerations, contusions, or anything like that would suggest any type of traumatic sexual contact or damage being done to her genitalia? No. Does that mean that there was no sexual contact or touching involved? No, just it means that there's not enough to have left any type of wounds. Obviously, consensual sexual activity that people perform all the time does not leave wounds, and presence of various lubricants will also avoid having wounds left behind. But I could see nothing to indicate any type of trauma that was recognizable to myself. Other than the wound that you described, the 2 and, once it was spread, 2 3/4 inch laceration, Incised wound. Incised wound. What is the definition of an incised wound? Okay, well, it is one of 3 different types of sharp force injuries we see and describe in forensics. The 3 different types of sharp force injuries are incisions, which are shallow, they are longer than they are deep, and basically from drawing a scalpel across the skin or something like that will give you an incised wound. A stab wound is deeper than it is lengthwise, and so basically they tend to go down, but not leave quite as large a gap. And then the 3rd type of sharp force injury is called a chop, and usually it's got a sharp edge, as well as some heft to it, so you will see chop wounds, things like machetes, very large knives, axes, things of that type. In distinction to that, a laceration, even though it's commonly misused by everybody, including most people in the medical profession, a laceration. And some prosecutors, apparently, including emergency room physicians and other people. Laceration is a type of blunt force injury. Laceration literally is a tearing of skin, causing the edges to separate, and there's a very distinctive markings that allow you to determine an incised wound from a laceration. Laceration will have an abraded or roughened edge. It may have bridging blood vessels or nerves when you try to separate it, but they have distinctive appearances that allow you to separate. So if I'm looking at a laceration, I don't want to waste my investigator's time looking for knives, because it was not a knife that caused a laceration and vice versa. This incised wound on AW's neck, was that the only wound you observed on her body? It was. Did you look for any defensive wounds? I did. Can you tell the jury what you mean by that phrase? Well, with the assumption that a victim of an assault is conscious and able to respond, the natural human reaction is to try to protect themselves in a defensive posture. So if somebody throws something at you, you put your hands up. And we see this not just with, people coming at you with a baseball bat or a knife, but even with guns. I mean, people will try to stop a bullet with their hands just because it's an instinctive reaction. So when we talk in terms of defensive wounds, we're usually looking for injuries to the upper extremities. But we can also see them if they're, for instance, laying flat on it at the time. They may raise their leg up to try to block something. So it's trying to prevent something reaching their body, head, chest, abdomen, by something else, such as an extremity. Did you observe any blunt force trauma to AW? I did not. Did you observe any bruising or any ligature marks or any other mark on her body consistent with restraint? Well, we looked very closely at the wrists and ankles for those sort of things. Did not see any. The only thing which we saw whatsoever that suggested a possible restraint or something being applied to the body was there is a very faint linear mark that goes across the face that almost looks like it's an edge of either piece of cloth, possibly a piece of tape or something like that, that seemed to go kind of across the face this way as if to cover the mouth. Now, consider that being from tape, because the width was such between the top and bottom of that it might reflect something like duct tape. But we saw no tape or adhesive residues whatsoever, just this very faint linear mark across the face. Was it more visible in a photograph than it was to you as you were there? It was. And do you believe that marking was post-mortem, pre-mortem, or at the time of the infliction of the wound to the neck? Could you tell? Well, post-mortem could be any time following death, up until the time that I do my autopsy. Pre-mortem could be any time before death. Things that are happening about the time. We often use the term paramortem, meaning around the time of death. Now, the fact that this is visible, it's faint. I really cannot tell with def. Any type of definitive opinion as to whether this is perimortem or pre-mortem. Less likely to be post-mortem, because I can't image a scenario why you would do something like that after a death. And that's more common sense than some sort of deep forensic scientific judgment. But that fact that it's so faint but it's a little more prominent would tell me it is probably in the paramortem period. The likelihood that it happened days or weeks beforehand is very unlikely, so this was probably sometime around the events surrounding her death. What was the directionality of the wound to the neck? The directionality, what we saw in the case of AW, was essentially transverse, meaning sideways, across this way. And could you tell whether it was left to right or right to left from her point of view? Not really with any certainty, but it appears more likely to be right to left, just because there were some abrasion patterns that kind of suggested where whatever instrument was, attached to the blade may have caused some scraping to the skin as it was drawn across. So my best impression most likely is that this was a right to left, going from her right to her left. And did it damage any vessels in the neck? It did. Would you describe for the jury what you observed? There was a partial transection of the left external jugular vein. I'm going to take this time to come back to AW in just a moment, but I want to talk in terms of your examination of LG that followed your completion of your notes on AW. Is that correct? Correct. Was there neck vessel injury to LG that you'll be describing in more detail soon? Yes. And what was the vessel injury to LG? In the case of LG, we managed to cause injury to the right common carotid artery, which was a partial transection, a complete transection of the left common carotid artery and external jugular vein. So basically 3 major vessels were injured by, or in the course of what was inflicted on LG. And just for clarification, transection means to cut through. Partial transection is you're partially cutting through. Complete transection, you're totally cutting across the vessel. Dr. Kaur, could you describe for us where the jugular vein is located? All right. The jugular vein, obviously, it cannot be seen externally like you can see veins at the back of your hand and so forth, but it runs along a course right adjacent to the carotid arteries. Now, the easiest way to locate the carotid artery in yourself is you put your finger to the side of your neck and you feel the pulsation. And so basically it's running right under the skin here, usually a depth of only about a ½ inch or so below the skin line. And again, this is basic anatomy that you learn as a freshman medical student, but it's also something because I deliberately tie off those vessels for the convenience of the funeral directors. You know, I've dissected these out and put the big strings on them, over 7,500 times during my career. So I examine these essentially every time I do an autopsy so I know where they are. But again, they're not very deeply seated, as you can tell by feeling your own neck. If it was way deep, you wouldn't be able to feel the pulsation, but you can feel the pulsation because it's a fairly superficial vessel. So the carotid artery, there are how many? Well, actually, this is a quiz question that I give the nursing students that they usually get wrong. There are actually 3 carotid arteries on each side. There's what's called the common carotid, which is a branch up here, which then splits into an internal and an external carotid. The external carotid then distributes branches to the face and the musculature around the face and the muscles, whereas the internal carotid artery goes to the base of the skull and supplies blood to the brain. And so you've got common, internal, and external on right side, and common, external, and internal on the left side. But where we're taking about here, before you get up past the jawline, you're talking common carotid. And the jugular vein is located where in relation to the carotid? Well, right adjacent to the carotid. They're side by side. You got to be careful because if I don't dissect carefully, I may just cut the vein, which doesn't make the funeral directors especially happy. What's the difference? Going to basic physiology, what is the difference between the vein and the artery? All right, an artery literally is a blood vessel that's carrying blood way from the heart to the body part, whatever it is. In the case of the carotid, it's delivering to the head, neck, face, and brain. Vein is a vessel which is returning blood back to the heart. Arteries are in larger sizes. Anything really above a capillary are considered muscular organs. They have a layer of muscle. They're called muscular arteries. That way they can constrict. When they constrict, they will cause raised blood pressure. When they relax, they'll cause lower blood pressure. And they have to be somewhat elastic as well, because they've got to, the pulsation you're feeling is because they are dilating each time a heartbeat propels blood through them, so they are elasticized. That's one more reason why I tie the strings around them, because once I cut them, because they're elastic, they tend to, retract up underneath the jawbone, which again makes the funeral director somewhat unhappy. Veins do not have muscles in their walls. They are very thin-walled vessels, almost paper-thin in most, including larger ones. The largest vein in the body is the inferior vena cava, and its thickness is about that of maybe 3 or 4 sheets of paper, so they're not very strong or thick compared to the walls of the muscular arteries, which are a little bit thicker, elasticized, and muscular. Excuse me. Would counsel approach real quickly, please? I hate to interrupt, but we need to take a break. Several of the jurors are getting very uncomfortable. Yes. So maybe just put a pin where you were at. Sorry, I just said maybe put a pin where you were at with this particular witness. Okay? We'll just take a break. Bar conference concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a quick break. I know you've been over there a couple hours. While you are outside of the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence that you've heard so far, but please only do that if all 16 of you are present in the jury room at the same time, and then please don't deliberate. All rise. Jury out at 11 a.m. All right, let's take 15 minutes. May we approach, Your Honor? Yeah. Sidebar conference conducted. Was it something the doctor said? No, it's just they've been over there for 2 hours. Yeah. And they were starting to eyeball Jeremy and Jason that they had to go. Yeah. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. Okay. Sidebar conference concluded. Off record at 11:26 a.m. All right, Mr. Lutt. Oh, we have no defense lawyers. Are you ready? I am. Sorry, Judge. I thought you said 30. 30? I said 15 minutes. Excuse me. The court? No. You're fine. And I know people have been complaining about the sound. I can't do anything about the sound, people. I'm trusting that the members of the media that have been provided with the best seats in the House are able to hear and can relay that information out to the public. It's important that these jurors hear what's going on and that the parties in the well of the courtroom hear what's going on. And I've been told that the parties in the well and the jurors are able to hear. And I apologize that those of you out in the audience outside of the credential media are having a difficult time, but I can't do anything about that. Can you gauge, Mr. Latroul, about how much longer you think your direct's going to be? All rise. Jury in at 11:20 a.m. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. You may proceed, Mr. Latroul. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 223 and ask if you're familiar with that document, sir. I am. And what is it? It is a schematic drawing of the major vessels in the neck of a human, which I helped select as a potential demonstrative exhibit. I'm handing you what's been marked as 223A and 223L. Are those the same diagrams, schematic drawings, with you noting the location of neck injuries on both victims? They are. And is 223A designated as AW? Yes. And 223L is LG? Yes. Would move the admission of 223, Your Honor, and 223A and 223L. All right. Without objection, 23 and 223A and L are admitted. I would like to publish, Your Honor, the exhibits that we've entered through Dr. Kaur. And if I could ask him to come down towards the screen and proceed through those exhibits. You may? Thank you. 2 things. Dr. Kaur, or 3 things. I'm going to hand you this pointer, ask you to stand to the side as much as you can so that the jury can see the screen, and then ask you to project your voice to the back of the jury. Jurors, if you would, as you proceed. We're looking at State's Exhibit 223, and you described injuries to the carotid artery and jugular vein on LG, and then on AW, the injury to the jugular vein. Would you, beginning with LG, would you show the jury where you saw transected vessels? Of course, I have to make sure I don't mix the names up here. On AW. Okay, on AW is the one with the single defect. Now, just for anatomic reference, the 2 large blue structures here and here are the external jugular veins, very thin-walled structures, but they are literally drawn in proportion to their actual size. These are essentially the diameter of a pencil, if not maybe a little bit larger. Her injury was right about here in this general vicinity, so a partial transection of the external jugular vein, or the jugular vein, about how far below the skin surface is that jugular vein at that location? Roughly a half of an inch. I'm sorry, roughly half an inch, maybe, give or take, an eighth or a quarter of an inch. In terms of LG's injuries, would you show the jury where they were located, okay? In her case, we have a partial transection of the carotid artery right in this vicinity, and then complete transections of the vein and the artery on the left side. And did you note those on a copy of this schematic? I did. That I just showed you for the jury? I did. I would ask opportunity, Your Honor, to copy those and provide them to the jury at a later time. So you would be talking 223A and L? Okay, you may. Let's talk about the photos related to AW. Is this a photograph taken after the sweatshirt was removed but before any cleaning of her body? Yes, and you can see the white material here is the body bag, which is a plastic vinyl tape of material. We've taken off the sweatshirt, we've still left on the camisole, and the sports bra is still underneath that. We've obviously not cleaned away any type of blood residue as we see it on the arms. We see it kind of obscuring what's going on here. We do see some pools and dried blood there. Sorry, when you touch the screen, yeah, it reacts to that. And I apologize. All right, okay? Also shows there's no types of injuries, obviously, here or anywhere on her forehead, And this looks more like a smear type of injury, as opposed to a direct transfer like a bloody hand wiping that way. So this is more likely from clothing coming off. And that's one of the problems we get when we remove clothing that has to come off. Sleeves, if there's blood on the higher up and it's pulled off, it sometimes will transfer. Okay, in this photograph, we have taken off the camisole. You can see there's a gray sports bra here, and then a black brassiere underneath that as well. We still have not cleared away any type of blood residue, so it's kind of hard just to tell exactly where the wound is. Does have earrings in place, mouth partially open, and again we have some transfer blood here on the arms and into the body bag area. Next photograph, is this displaying the gray sports bra has been removed? Yes, again we are kind of stepwise, we remove clothing, so now the gray sports bra is removed, showing us the black brassiere. This photograph of the measuring device, the ruler, is showing what? This is showing inches. I can tell that because the way the markings are, as opposed to centimeters. But we see the wound. We've got a very sharp demarcated end here. Over here we have a slight abrasion, irregularities of the skin. And that tells me there's been some sort of blunt impact here, possibly as the weapon was drawn across it. We also see that the wound is gaping. And that's what I described earlier because the muscle fibers underneath the skin are going to be pulling it apart. So this is the wound as it's been cleaned to show the edges, but kind of misrepresents the total length of the wound in this dimension because of the fact that it's gaping in that way. Which side? Just for clarification, which side is AW's right side of her body? I believe her right side is here. And this would be her left side. And your opinion was that the injury you believe went right to left, although you said it was not. It's not definitive, but that's the more than likely explanation, because a weapon with a hilt or some blunt, a handle part, would more likely cause it on this side if it's being drawn left to right, or excuse me, right to left, as opposed to be drawn this way where you have to have a blunt impact before the blunt impact which strikes the skin. How deep was this injury? This injury is only in the neighborhood of maybe an inch deep or so at most. Was there any damage behind the jugular veins that you noted? Any injury to any other part of her anatomy? Well, you can see there are some muscle fibers here and here that have been cut across that are called the strap muscles in the neck, which give your neck your ability to move it in various positions. The fact that it's only a partial transection, not all the way through the vessel to damage anything underneath it, would be very difficult to explain because you'd have to cut the vessel, sneak around underneath it, and then cut things deeper to it. So basically, this came across, went through muscle and part of the thickness or the diameter of the jugular, but didn't do any other significant damage. Obviously cut through fat as well though, minor blood vessels, which are going to be here under the skin, commonly labeled, superficial incisions or whatever cause bleeding. You stretched that wound at some point and had it photographed? I did. And what was the purpose of that? Again, to show what without this gaping in this orientation would do to reflect more accurately the actual length of the wound. And I believe that's our next photograph. Is that what you're doing here? That's what we're doing. So these are my hands and my fingers pulling the wound about as taut as we could get it. Again, you can see the abraded edge here on this side and the slight discoloration. None of that on this side as we draw the wound. Pulling it this way, it allows it to kind of flatten out and be a better representation what the actual length of the incision is. This photograph, we're looking at the lip, top lip, and then below the bottom lip, and then just at or below the chin. Would you describe to the jury what you observed in this photograph? Well, we can obviously see for reference where the mouth is, the front teeth. We see some very, very minor abrasions of the lips. We can see the wound down here on the neck that went from the left side to the right. We can see here, parallel to this line. Parallel to here, you see there's this very, very faint reddish mark here and a very faint reddish mark here. So having one here, and those are roughly, I'd say, about 2 inches in width. So again, that would be possibly consistent with something like duct tape, although there's no residues, glue residues, like you'd see with duct tape. It could also be caused by a cloth or something else that's caused a very straight, very uniform line across there. The fact that these are below the mouth as opposed to above, it would suggest that the mouth was not covered over by whatever this was. This photograph is showing the AW's back. This just shows that obviously she had been exposed to various dirt on the, floor of a wooded area where she was found. The purplish discoloration we see here, and that we see here on the backs of the legs, is something called livor mortis. That's LIVOR. It's a phenomenon of gravity causing blood to settle in the tissues underneath the skin. She was laying on her back for a long period, and that's going to settle to her back. Had she been found face down, we'd expect to see this on the front. That just kind of reiterates the fact that she'd been laying in this down on her back position for a prolonged period of time. You see that in certain areas, like here and here, we have clear areas. That's caused by the folds of clothing that prevent blood from settling in those capillaries because of the pressure. You also see some sparing of where the buttocks were in contact with a surface, as opposed to right above on the thighs where the blood can settle. So we have pressure preventing the capillaries from dilating. You will not see liver. And then the areas adjacent to it where the gravity is not impeded or displaced, you will see the liver. So again, was on her back? We've got clothing indications here and possibly here as well. So she was on her back from a prolonged period of time after death. And generally, for this to become visible, it takes several hours. For it to become fixed, whereas if I push on it with my thumb in the morgue, it has to have been there at least about 8 hours. This is simply her lower extremities, the same that you were describing. Is that correct? Yeah, just for completeness. In terms of the examination of LG's autopsy, just a few questions before we proceed to the photo documentation. You indicated height and weight for AW. I'll put your notes closer to you, sir, for you to reference if you need to. Can you tell the jury the height and approximate weight of LG? Well, again, as I mentioned, we measure length rather than height, so there may be some very slight differences there. But as I indicated earlier, 64 inches in length, 5'4", and I estimated at her weight at approximately 95 pounds. That was AW. Is that correct? That was AW. And on LG? In the case of LG, also 64 inches, and the estimated weight was 200 pounds. Did you follow the same procedure that you outlined in which you do an autopsy, in which you did AW's autopsy with LG's? Yes, I did. And this is after LG's body had been removed, the autopsy had been completed, the body removed. Is there a cleaning process that takes place between autopsies? Yeah. One of which, once I leave the room, the autopsy assistant proceeds to return the organs to a plastic bag, which is then placed back in the body cavities for burial. The incisions we make, the Y-shaped incision and scalp incision, are sutured shut by the autopsy assistant. The body is washed down of any extraneous blood materials that might be there, placed back in the body bag, and then returned to the body cooler for long-term preservation. Instruments are then cleaned, rinsed. The table is washed down, so we should not have any residual blood of significance anywhere on the table. Once that's done, all the containers with various samples are labeled properly to make sure they're not cross-contaminated or mix-up samples. And all this is taking place while I'm back in my office working on my report. When I'm finished with my report and they finish with the cleaning and we have a break for quick something to drink or whatever, then we're ready to start the second case. Dr. Kaur, in your second autopsy, the autopsy of LG, did you conduct the same Indiana sexual assault collection kit process with LG's body as you did with AW? Yes, we did. Did you find any evidence in your examination of sexual trauma? Again, I saw nothing that was visible to my naked eye examination. Were there other swabs collected, items collected by the crime scene investigators, in addition to the Indiana State Police collection evidence kit? Not to my recollection. Basically, we just followed the protocols, which is go through the bags as they're labeled 1 through whatever, and then those are packaged, sealed, and secured. If there was testimony that there was swabs of breasts or swabs of areas of LG's body, could that have happened? It could have happened. There are, within the evidence collection kits, things for extra miscellaneous, And of course, those would then be labeled specifically of what the source was. I just don't recall things. It's been more than 7 years ago we did this autopsy. What, if anything else, may have been collected beyond the labeled ones for the various sites, such as mouth, genitalia, etc. But there are extra envelopes there for extraneous things that may be apparent or desirable to be collected by the state police based upon their information. Did you find any defensive wounds or wounds that could be related to physical restraint on the body of LG? I did not. She had how many incised wounds to her neck? I be certain of at least 4 different wounds on her neck, and I thought that there may also have been a 5th. Some of these overlap, but there's definitely at least 4. And they were large wounds. Is that correct? Well, they are similar size and similar appearance as to what we had seen in AW. The one of the wounds, or 2 of the wounds, were they connected in any fashion or overlap in any fashion with each other? Yes, they are. And that's why we say, even though it looks like, to the first glance, that there's only 3 wounds, when we look at the wound edges closely, we can see that there is basically a point to either end. Essentially, what we have is a very collapsed sort of X sort of appearance, but we're able to see that there is different sites of insertion or beginning of incised wounds by whatever weapon was used. We'll go to the first photograph. This is prior to any cleaning of her body. Correct? Correct. And on her hand, what did you observe there? Well, paper bags are frequently used by various police agencies at the scene to protect physical evidence under the nails or anything else that might be present. Paper is used rather than plastic because plastic retains moisture and you can get condensation and then of evidence. Paper allows some breathability and keeps things dry, as opposed to having, again, condensation and runoff that may contaminate things. And then those are sealed with tape. And then, to take these off, we'd cut through the tape, pull the bags off, and then note the hands separately. And that would have been done before any cleaning? That was done before any cleaning, yes. Okay, because if we start cleaning, we risk getting the bags wet by water spraying or whatever, so we want to do this when they're still in kind of a dry, pristine state. Let's move to the next one. This shows the farthest right wound incomplete and the middle wound. What can you tell us about this right side wound on LG? Okay, for reference, right down here we see the right earlobe. We know this is right side of the body. We see the wound here, and what we see here is this little pointy tag. That's why we can say there's 2 separate applications of whatever type weapon was used. And because that sticks out there, one had to go this way, one had to go that way, or whatever direction they were traveling. But that tag should not be there if it's just a single, passage of whatever instrument was used to cause the wound. So that suggests to you that's 2 wounds there. It's 2 wounds. And again, they may have been just trying to make a deeper pass the second time, but was not exactly on track. And the result, we've got just a slight deviation off to the side. So I can't tell whether this was from the first and this was the second or vice versa. But there are 2 overlapping wounds here. We'll move on. But I want to note in this photograph in the portion of right shoulder, not far from the collarbone area, I guess, what is that? That is a very superficial, an extremely superficial type of probable incision. It really doesn't go through all the layers of the skin, so a very minor injury of really no significance. Other than abrasions noted on her leg, did you notice any other injuries to LG's body besides what's depicted on her neck and that injury to the right shoulder? Yeah, you've got a very tiny minute abrasion here, very minute 1 here, maybe a millimeter in dimension, if that much, just below the neck. Yeah, right here. Okay? And then we've got a couple of very superficial types of probably more abrasions than incisions. But other than what we're seeing in this photograph, I saw no other significant injuries. Next photograph. This is that injury that you indicated the most, the portion of the injury closest to the right ear. Correct? Again, here's the right ear. And this was what we pointed to earlier, the one pointy part sticking out here on the opposite side. On the far right side, you can see there's a companion. So again, we've got one wound is kind of gone this way and the other that way. So we've got, again, a very narrow X-like pattern over here, but definitely this, to get this and this, you'd have to have 2 passes of whatever caused this wound. And I've used my forceps here just to kind of accentuate and show that this is definitely there, so it doesn't tract with the elasticity of the skin. Move to the next slide. Now this shows more to the center and the left side of her neck. Is that correct? Yes. This is the wound that's just been described with the little tag kind of out here, and then this is our next wound. And again, there's almost a suggestion of a tag coming out here. So that's why I can't be 100% certain that this wasn't a 2-pass as well, which would make it 5. But I can't say with certainty, since there's only a single point of separation here. We see in this area, obviously, hemorrhage. We see the fat that's been cut across. We see bundles of muscle tissue which have been cut across. Again, there's a suggestion this may be a second pass of the instrument here. Dr. Kaur, in your experience in conducting autopsies, have you done autopsies, many autopsies, with stabbed and incised wounds? Yes, I have. Can you tell the jury anything about how the victim reaction to an attack can affect the nature of the wound? Well, assuming that the victim is conscious and able to mount some sort of defense, usually they don't just sit there passively while they're being attacked. So if someone's trying to cut you or stab you, you're going to be moving your body, trying to get out of the way, and defensive posturing. But again, if you try to turn away and avoid, that could affect, especially if the blade has already been inserted or an incision made as you draw away, that may cause things to be accentuated or create artifacts. Now, one classic artifact you will see, and I don't have something really good here to demonstrate with, but I will take my 2 fingers. If this is a stab wound, if I go in this way, and then my body jerks or the person that has stabbed me twists it and then pulls it out, I make what looks like an L-shaped or right-angled wound. It developed from a single wound, as opposed to going in once, going in a second time. And so we can see artifacts like that because of the body moving and pulling away and causing things to be extended. Again, it's very unusual for the body to remain perfectly upright. We see that also in the case of gunshot wounds, for example. Okay? People don't just stand there like this to be a target and will move and will change the... If our prosecutor here, Mr. Latrulle, is shooting at me, you would expect for them to go straight through front to back, but they may go left to right, may to right to left, depending upon what position my body's in at the time the wound was being inflicted. Thank you, doctor. Next photograph. Now we're seeing more directly the left 2 or 3 wounds. This is the most prominent. This is the center of the 3 wounds. And again, this little tag here. Again, it is really now strongly suggestive that this may be a double passage on this one. And now we're seeing the 3rd wound, which is farthest to the left, this being the left here. And this shows the 3 large areas of incision, but they are 4 and possibly 5 incised wounds there? Correct. I want to focus on this portion. I don't want to go back, but I will very quickly to this area most right in the photograph, the injury. That's the area that being focused on in the next slide. Is that correct? Correct? And while the photograph loses some clarity in this position, did you examine in considering that those 5 marks there? What did you conclude about those? My initial impression was this resembled something like a serrated type of pattern, like you would see from a serrated knife, like we use in our kitchen, that has the scalloped edges. There's one here, one here, one here, one here, whereas this one is a little bit different in nature. So I'm not sure this is the same type of injury. Now the problem, as I thought about this more as more time has gone by and I studied the photographs, is a typical serrated knife will have the deepest part to touch the skin, would be kind of in the center, and we should then have clearing on the other slide, whereas on this side, we have almost 2 parallel lines here of reddish with a spared clear area in the center. And so that kind of, the more I've looked at this over the last several months in preparation for the trial, the more I considered this, probably is not from a serrated blade, but from something else associated with a blade or a handle of a blade or the hilt, just because the nature is such that we don't have any single deeper portion through the center of these, but almost a sparing area there. So these are more like abrasions than a serrated scraping type weapon across. And so the distance between those 2 lines was that, As you consider it and look at that photograph, the distance between those two lines, is that part of your form, part of your opinion? Well, if we're talking primarily the width of these marks. Each of these marks is about 1 millimeter, maybe 1.5 millimeters in width, and they're separated by several millimeters between each one. So we've got a marked separation of normal skin, a marked separation of normal skin, a marked separation of normal skin, whereas this one doesn't have that central pallor like we're seeing in this classic one in the middle. So that's why I'm thinking this may be something entirely unrelated from a different part of the weapon or from a different mechanism. In fact, you were deposed by Mr. Razi and Mr. Baldwin back in February of 2024. Is that correct? Yes. And you had put in your report says a serrated edge. I'll object to leading. I'll withdraw. Sustained. The question. Okay. What do you recall about what your report stated in terms of a serrated edge? Specifically, my report used the word serrated edge, but that's on the face sheet. Later in my sir, you need to be by a microphone. We're not catching you. There's a microphone back here. On my face sheet summary, I use the word serrated. In the later on, again, on the separate paragraph on page 3 of the autopsy report, again, I use the word serrated. But as I recall from a deposition when this was discussed in detail with Mr. Razi, by that point I was saying more, it's not a typical serration, it's not a classic serration, but serrated-like. And so that's, I guess, the clarification I made later on. In your deposition, did you reference to Mr. Razi and Mr. Baldwin that the 5 marks there just above that wound, adjacent to that wound, could have been caused by something other than another part of the knife? I believe I did. And in your opinion, what part of a knife or sharp-edged object could leave that type of mark? Well, most knives are not just a steel blade without anything around it, because you gotta have something of a handle so you don't cut yourself handling the device. Especially sharp knives, whether it be a steak knife or other kitchen knife. They can have wooden handles. The wooden handles can have marks on them in various patterns. They may have plastic or other types of hilts to prevent you from pushing it too far or having your hands slide down past the handle of the blade itself. There can also be sometimes plastic-like grips, depending upon the type of weapon. One of the things that I encountered as I was ruminating about this over the last several months was on my own workbench in my own garage, and I happened to have a box cutter that I've used for various applications around the house. It just so happened the box cutter has on the side a plastic attachment, rubberized almost, that actually has several parallel lines for a thumb grip to keep you from having the thing slip out of your hand. And this somewhat resembles the size and pattern of what those thumb grips would be on a box cutter. And so the more I thought about this, considered possible causes, I'm thinking that this may indeed be related to a box cutter side, but it could be something else similar attached to the actual blade. Dr. Kaur, I'm going to ask you to return to your seat at this time, and you may take your reports with you. Let's talk about first I want to go through the symptomatic or the physiological effect of these injuries. Let's talk about AW first. When this wound was received, what would have been symptomatic or her body? How would it respond to this injury? Well, obviously, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to feel pain because of a sharp instrument being passed across your skin, breaking through the skin and the deeper structures. Now, from a mental standpoint, I cannot predict how an individual is going to react mentally, but in an attack mode, they're going to have some basic physiologic response, the fight or flight mechanism, which is called the autonomic response. Heart rate's going to go up, blood pressure's going to go up, breathing's going to become more rapid. Whether or not panic set in depends on an individual. Immediately, because of this being a venous injury rather than an arterial injury, we're going to start to have bleeding. And the bleeding is going to be not under pressure, but more of a passive blood flow. Now, certainly this is a large blood vessel. As I mentioned, they're going to be similar to the diameter of a pencil. So you're going to have blood flowing away, but it's going to take some time before you lose enough blood volume to then have some of the more late-stage effects. As blood volume decreases over minutes, Heart rate's going to try to compensate for the lack of blood volume. Blood pressure may start dropping gradually, and eventually, again, we're talking many minutes. As the blood volume is dropped significantly, then we're going to start having onset of shock. Now, shock is a physiologic response to dropped blood pressure, heart rate changes, and so forth. Eventually, certain organs stop getting the amount of blood they need to maintain function. Your body automatically shifts blood away from less vital parts of the body to more vital parts. So it'll preferentially constrict the blood vessels in the intestines for examine, because they really don't need blood in this situation as much as the brain or the heart might. So the brain's going to continue getting the lion's share of the blood supply to the point where it drops enough, blood pressure drops enough, heart rate drops enough, that you're going to lose consciousness. Once consciousness is lost, person's not dead immediately, but we're reached a level of oxygen delivery of the brain where it cannot sustain normal function. So once the function drops off, you become unconscious, and eventually then, you continue bleeding until the brain actually shuts down and death ensues. Dr. Kaur, in your opinion, can you give a range of time that it would have taken for AW to, once she received that injury, to be either unconscious or deceased? This is really a crude ballpark estimate because there's no way to be absolutely sure. If she's sitting still doing nothing, it's going to take longer than if she's running around being active. And standing upright's going to cause less blood flowing from here as opposed to laying down just because of the effects of gravity. But we're probably talking to lose enough blood from this sort of injury, at least 5 to 10 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. So again, it's not going to be something sudden by any stretch. If she were laying down, would that be a shorter time than if standing up? It should be yes, just because the laying down is going to have a lot of blood backing up into the veins and flowing away, as opposed to being upright. Blood's going to be more likely to pool in the legs if you're upright. Unconsciousness could occur sometime before that time range that you described today. Is that correct? Well, that's object to leading. Sustained. It was a leading question. It was, I agree. The unconscious would. I'll withdraw the question. Thank you. In terms of the injuries to LG, once these injuries had been received, do you have an opinion on the similar issue in terms of what would her body's reaction be, in terms of how long would it be until death? Well, the same sequence is occurring. We're having blood loss, which is going to cause the autonomic response, elevated blood pressure initially, elevated heart rate, increased breathing rate, but because we've hit 3 different vessels of considerable size in this case, blood loss is going to be more rapid. And as the blood loss is more rapid, we're going to be then proceeding to the stage of shock more rapidly. So these things are all going to be accelerated just because we have 3 bleeding sources rather than 1. The fact that we're dealing with arterial bleeders as well, those are under pressure, not passively flowing. And so bleeding's going to be even more rapid because of an arterial bleeder. The time when you conducted the autopsy, sir, did you observe on the hands? Did you observe any blood on the hands of LG? I did. And is there a normal reaction by a victim to a neck wound? I can't say what's normal, but the instinctive reaction's going to be the fact that any type of thing that's bleeding, you're going to try to stop the bleeding by applying pressure. And so whether you've cut your arm or you've cut the back of your hand, or like I cut my thumb yesterday doing yard work, I'm going to apply pressure. But again, if you got bleeding from the neck, you're going to try to stop the bleeding to the best degree you can. That's basic first aid. Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts all learn. But yeah, you're going to try to stop the bleeding. That would explain why she has as much blood on her hand as she does. And can that slow down an arterial bleed in the applying pressure to the neck? Can that affect the blood loss? Certainly. Do you have a range of time that you can give in terms of when you think death would have occurred with LG? Again, we're talking 5 to 10 minutes as a crude estimate. Maybe in her case, closer to the 5 minutes. Just because, again, we've got 3 vessels that are bleeding aggressively. I don't know how well she applied pressure, how well her, application was. It's one thing if I see a patient on the table in the emergency department and I can see where the bleeding's coming from to apply pressure directly to it. It's quite another thing if I'm bleeding from my neck and I'm just blindly trying to grab where I think the bleeding might be. But again, 5 or 10 minutes is probably the best ballpark estimate I can give. You found evidence of cerebral edema in the body of LG and not in AW. Is that correct? That's correct. And I don't want to go into great detail on that, but what can you summarize for the jury in terms of what that told you? Well, cerebral edema literally means swelling of the brain. And there's a couple ways we can look at that at an autopsy, one of which is the weight of the brain. And normal adults should have a brain weight of no more than 1,500 grams. And so when we see some that are 1,600 or 1,700 grams, then that's kind of a very simple call. The other things are a little more subtle, and they involved as the brain. And again, we've all seen pictures of kind of what a brain looks like. It's got the hills and valleys. As it swells, the valleys tend to get squished together, and the hills get plumper. And because the brain is encased in a solid, bony structure, it's really got no place to go. So as it swells against the confines of the skull, the hills get flattened, the valleys get squished, and it has a little different appearance than a normal brain. Instead of having some more or less dead space around the brain, it gets all kind of squished together. Now, cerebral edema can be seen in a number of situations. It can be caused from closed head injuries, but it can also be caused by anything that reduces the amount of oxygen getting to the brain. So if I have a drug overdose, if somebody's strangling me slowly, if I've had something else that's caused blood loss, as the brain gets less and less oxygen, one of the few responses it does is it starts swelling, retaining fluid. And so generally, that's an indication that there's been some survival for at least several minutes after the initial injuries occurred. It's not something that happens instantaneously, but develops over several minutes. Dr. Kaur, are you able to determine time of death, the time going back from the time of the autopsy that occurred on Wednesday the 15th at the first autopsy, 8 a.m.? Can you with any precision determine time of death? Precision, no. Dr. Kaur, was the condition of AW and LG's body consistent with having died 41 hours prior to the autopsy? Yes, they were. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Mr. Razi. Thank you, Judge. Nice to see you, Dr. Kaur. See you, sir. So you testified in the state of Indiana and the state of Illinois, and you said even virtually in Montana, is that right? Yes, sir. And I think when we talked before, you told me that you testified about 98% of the time on behalf of the state of Indiana, right? Well, I wouldn't say. When you throw in the Illinois counties, it's probably closer to 90%, maybe 10% in Illinois and elsewhere. You told me 98 when we talked. Well, here when I took your statement, right? That's quite possible, yes. Okay, and just to make sure we're all clear, you and I and Mr. Baldwin and the prosecutor were sitting in this room here in the courthouse on February 27th, 2024, weren't we? I believe that was the date, yes. And on that date, basically myself and Mr. Baldwin conducted a deposition, I should say. Sorry about that. A deposition of you in that room, right? Correct. And in that room, there was a court reporter that was with us? Correct. And that court reporter administered an oath to you before we started that statement, right? Yes, sir. And you swore that you'd tell the truth and the whole truth and all that kind of stuff, right? Correct. And you've done those many times, haven't you? Yes, I have. Probably hundreds, I'm guessing. Yes. And you would agree that you were questioned for a couple of hours in general? Yes. And that, at the end of that questioning, one of the options you have is to review that report. Is that right? Correct. And you have the option of reviewing it, and if there are any changes that need to be made, you can make those changes, right? Correct. And then you can sign off on those changes? Correct. In this case, you chose to waive your ability to review that report. After talking to the court reporter, and she assuring me that she thought she got the overwhelming majority of the medical terminology correct, I did waive that, yes. Now let's talk about AW first. You didn't reference any time of death on the autopsy report that you generated for AW. Is that right? That's correct? And you don't know when she died, do you? No, I don't. You told me at the autopsy, strike that, I'm going to keep doing that. At the deposition, you told me that you know that she died sometime in the last time that she was seen alive and the time that she was discovered in that woodlot. That's an absolute yes. And that's about the best you can do? Well, we can do a little bit better than that, but that's our beginning parameters, yes. Well, you even said at 1.28, 24 to 48 hours before she was discovered, right? Correct. And do you agree that generally speaking, death investigations from the standpoint of identifying time of death can be very difficult and really challenging? That's one of the biggest barriers we face in forensics, unlike what's portrayed on the various TV shows. And you saw some photographs of the crime scene either before or shortly after you did the autopsies in this case. I actually didn't see crime scene photographs until earlier this year. Okay, but you saw them? Yes, I have. Before we participated in this deposition, right? I believe so. Well, do you recall telling me that you really couldn't draw any substantive conclusions as to time of death based on those photographs? Yes, I do. Talk about the autopsy report on AW. You told me during the deposition that you couldn't really say much about the type of instrument that was used to create the wounds on her, didn't you? Well, we obviously described it as a sharp force instrument or a sharp-bladed instrument, but in terms of the exact type, whether it be knife versus scalpel versus whatever, I could not tell you specifically, no. And in fact, you said that you couldn't say anything definitively, correct? Basically, what you could say was that it had a sharp edge, right? Correct? And you couldn't draw any conclusions about the length of the instrument that was used? Correct. And you said specifically that a person could inflict these types of injuries with anything from a pocket knife to a kitchen knife. That's what you told me, didn't you? Correct. You didn't say anything about a box cutter, did you? Nope. You said short-bladed instrument, long-bladed instrument. Either one of those could have caused those types of injuries to AW. Correct. And there was no way for you to make a determination about whether or not those injuries were caused by someone who was right-handed or left-handed. Correct. And you said earlier, and it was one of the last things you talked about, AW's injuries, it was an injury to her vein. Right? Yes. And if I were being a student of your profession, I think you said that the blood is flowing toward the heart when it comes to a vein. Is that right? That's correct. So the pressure in that area of that vein, in this particular case, is much less? Yes. Whereas with the arteries, the blood is flowing from the heart, away from the heart, and so the heart's pumping that away, right? That's correct, because that pressure's greater, right? So a layperson would draw the conclusion that because the pressure's less, you would just bleed slower. Reasonable. Was that the lesson you gave us all earlier? That is yes. And so we talked at that deposition about how long this might have taken for her to expire. Right? Right. And you agree that death certainly would not happen instantaneously with AW, correct? And you suggested there would be a much slower pace of bleeding because of that level of pressure? Yes. And that there could be several minutes before sufficient blood loss would result in unconsciousness, right? Right. Not necessarily death, but unconsciousness, right? And you even said it could be anywhere from 4 to 6 to maybe 10 minutes. It's hard to say is what you said, didn't you? Yes. And so do you agree that it's fair to conclude that she may have had an opportunity to react to these injuries before she became unconscious? Definitely. To run around, to make noises, fight back, all those kinds of things could have been going on? Correct. Her trachea was not damaged. Is that correct? That's correct, which means that there was no blood flow or airflow restricted to her, right? Right? So she could have spoken. There's no reason why she couldn't have talked? Not reason at all. No, could have cried. She could have screamed. Any of those things? And so her ability to breathe basically had remained intact despite the gruesome nature of that injury. Correct. You said there was a mark on her neck. I could pull the photo up, but I'm not in charge of the technical stuff here right now. Do you agree that, well, strike that. I'm going to do it with another question. We talked about this mark that kind of went linearly across the bottom of her mouth. Do you recall that? Yes. And that was certainly not restricting her, whatever caused that, restricting her from breathing, right? No. But you think that that mark was created sometime around the time of her death, or that, which I think you said perimortem. Perimortem, yes. P-E-R-I mortem, right? That's right. Did you draw any conclusion that somebody might have placed something over her mouth? Is that your opinion? It's a possibility. It could have been that. It could have been clothing tightly around there. It could have been any one of a number of different things. Speculation is involved in that, right? True? Yes. Tried to collect evidence from her fingernails, or at least you did. Right? We attempted. We weren't real successful because they were so short there's really nothing to be able to get underneath them to. But nonetheless, we scraped the base of the fingernails on each finger. Yes. But as far as you know, as you sit here today, nothing of real value was obtained? Not that I've been made aware of. And there was no trauma to her sex organ. Correct. And as to whether or not she engaged in any kind of sexual activity leading up to her death, you don't have any opinion about that either way as you sit here, do you? I do not. There's certainly no proof that that did occur, right? None that I'm aware of. And there were samples collected from various parts of her body, in addition to what I think you said maybe that there was law enforcement was doing the same thing, taking samples, right? Well, basically, we work in tandem. When we get the body to the morgue, I'm the one actually plucking the samples for the most part and handing them off to them to package and label. Let's talk about LG's autopsy report. Okay? You said there were 4, maybe 5 injuries. You were having a hard time counting because of some of the physical circumstances. Right? Correct. And again, the same questions as before. You can't tell whether or not those injuries were inflicted by somebody that was right-handed or left-handed, right? That's right. A lot of issues involved with that, angles, and if someone's standing behind somebody versus in front of them, those kind of things, right? Well, there's forehand versus backhand. There's, from behind, same things sort of go on. So, yeah, there's really no way to tell, okay? And you told me that one of the differences in the wounds that you saw or the injuries to LG was that there were these serrated marks that you just spoke about in some length. Yeah, you told me you shaking your head, yes? Yes, and you used that word twice in your autopsy report, right? Right? On the first page, which is the cover sheet that contains all the conclusions, yes? And then on page 3 at the top, this is a 9 centimeter in length and shows an area of serrations along the medial and lower edge of the wound. So that's the second reference you made earlier, right? Correct. That was one of the 3 or 4 or 5 wounds that you noted? Yes. Do you agree with me? Strike that. Did you tell me that that serrated area could have been caused by the handle of an instrument? I believe so. And did you tell me that it was possible that 2 different instruments could have been used to create those wounds on LG? I believe I said possibly 2, possibly 3, possibly 4. And in fact, there's only one of those wounds where there are any of those serrated marks that even exist, right? That's right. And you don't see any of those on any of the other wounds? Correct. And the same is true with regard to AW's wound? Correct. So that might be suggestive that there might have been more than one instrument? That, or it could also be affected by the angle of insertion, or the force of it, right? Correct? But it might also be suggestive that there might have been more than one instrument. That's a possibility. More than 2? Correct. We talked about cerebral edema? Yes. And we discussed that that was the mild, or that was the swelling of the brain, I think is what you told the jury earlier, right? Yes. And that's significant here because it helps you determine whether or not there was any oxygen flow that was cut off to the brain while this process was occurring in general, right? Yes. So in other words, if there's more swelling to the brain, that means there was less oxygen. Somebody was either being, asphyxiated or they weren't able to breathe for whatever reason, right? And that plus the fact that there's a time element. It takes, obviously, a certain time for the cerebral edema to accumulate. It's not like an on and off, okay? But in LG's case, the edema was mild. You noted it was mild. Is that correct? Yes. And that would also suggest that death was not instantaneous for her? Definitely. And we talked, you said she had at least a few minutes from the initial injury before her death, right? Right? And you told me specifically, when we got into talking about real times, it could be 3 minutes, it could be 10 minutes, even up to 20 minutes, didn't you? Yes, we talked about the fact that that injury, because it was to an artery, could have been cause for the projection of blood around the area where she died, right? Yes. And I believe we even got into some details about how far that could have been. I believe so. Maybe 6 feet or so. It can be that way, yes. You've seen some examples of that actually have happened? I have. You noted some debris on her leg? Yes. And you suggested that maybe she was drugged from another location. That would be indicative of that. The way that debris looked on her? Based upon the appearances? Yes. There's nothing contained in either one of your reports that would help you draw any conclusions as to who is responsible for the death of the 2 girls, right? No, there's not. Now, earlier, the prosecutor asked you, Mr. Luttrell was asking you some questions about these serrated injuries. Is that right? Yes. Actually, we'll leave that there for 1 second. I've noticed in the images that were offered up that the girls, I think both girls, correct me if I'm wrong, were laying on a white sheet. Did you see that? Yes. I've seen a few of these pictures in my day. Is it unusual was that how they were delivered to you, was wrapped in a white sheet? Well, oftentimes there's a white sheet inside the body bag just to, keep blood from flowing out. It's going to more than likely retain it so it doesn't get through the zippered ends. But yeah, does that happen in all occasions? Not every single occasion. It depends upon the county, what their budget is, who collects the body, how they preserve them. But it's not uncommon, but it's not universal. Do those sheets get reused sometimes? They can be, yes. Is there always a concern when that's the case that there could be some contamination because those sheets have been used for somebody else's body? Well, generally, the sheets that are used in situations like that come from a hospital ambulance. And the ambulance gets their sheet supplies from the hospitals, which go through a sterilization process, for disinfection at a little bit higher level than the average washer-dryer in your home. In this case, do you know if those sheets came from an ambulance? I do not know for certain, no. Do you have any idea where those sheets came from? Well, generally scenes like this are removed from the scene, or bodies at a scene out there are removed by medics or fire department personnel. Do the actual physical lifting and carrying. So it would usually come off of an ambulance or a, fire department vehicle. But again, that's what's usually done, and I have no way of knowing for sure what was done in this case. You don't know where those sheets came from? I do not. So let's talk about these serrated marks again. After I took your deposition in February 27th, you apparently went back to Terre Haute and started thinking some more about these conversations that we had, right? Yes. And it sounds as if you were a little unsettled in your mind about what might have caused those serrated marks. Well, as we discussed in the deposition, and as I considered it, the fact that I think I said multiple times in the deposition, these were certainly not classic serrations. They looked different, and serration was just kind of the best match I could think of at the time of the autopsy. But it's not unusual for me after we do a case, after, speaking with various people. The more I consider cases, I'm preparing to come to trial and have to answer questions from prosecution or defense attorneys. And I try to consider things that may help clarify. And again, I was unsettled with trying to call these classic serrations, because they're not classic serrations. So at that point, I consider, okay, what else might explain these sort of marks? And so you mentioned serrations in the depot, that they weren't classic, right? Correct. But you didn't take an opinion about what type of an instrument was used when we took your statement back there, did you? No. And when you left this courthouse in February, did you ever contact my office again with any new information regarding your opinions in this case? I did not. Did you prepare any new reports that suggested, hey, I've changed my mind about what I said back in February under oath? I have not. Would that have been a reasonable thing to do with something this important? Well, if I made a definitive call the first time, then it would have been appropriate. The fact that I'm saying that these are possible explanations is not quite at the same level, so it's not routinely that I would do such, no. Did you talk to the prosecutor between February and now? I have. How many times? I believe 3 separate occasions. On any of those occasions, was it suggested that maybe you should prepare a supplemental report? No. You don't have any way of knowing whether or not that injury was caused by a box cutter, do you? Nothing definitive, no. And there are lots of different kinds of box cutters, aren't there? I've got 2 different types in my garage. How many times have you testified in your life, if you could just estimate? Combination of depositions and actually in court, probably 200, 250. And how many times do you think you've walked into court? Strike that. How many times do you think you've changed your mind between the time that you took a deposition, a sworn statement, and the time you walked into a courtroom? Probably 10% of the time, just because of new information coming to me. And in any of those past circumstances, did you ever think, hey, I should prepare a report because I've dealt with this before and the lawyer's probably going to question me about this? There was one occasion, because I was kind of set up by the prosecutor in that case, and it became necessary, unfortunately. This case has got a lot of notoriety, hasn't it? It does. So much so that you even met with a reporter at one point a couple years back, didn't you? Yes. Sat and had coffee with that reporter? Correct. So you knew the significance of this case in terms of the attention it was getting from the public? Yes. You think it would have been a good idea to generate a supplemental report so that the defense would have had an idea that you were going to come in here and change your statement today? Well, a supplemental report would have considered speculative ideas as opposed to a definitive changing of statements that are on the report. So generally, if I'm going to do a report, it's going to be something that I've got definitive evidence to support, as opposed to speculation. Do you think it would have been a good idea? It might have been, but I can't say with assurance, no. Either way, it's all speculation, right? Correct. Pass the witness. Mr. Luttrell? Thank you, Your Honor. What's the minimum number of knives that would have been needed to cause the at least 5 wounds between the body of AW and the body of LG? Minimum number is 1. Did you note on your report whether or not the bodies were received in a body bag or not? Would note that on my worksheets. In the case of LG, she was received in a body bag. In the case of AW, she was also received in a body bag. Would the fact that there's an artifact, if that's an appropriate term, next to that one wound, the wound that's farthest to the left of LG, would that by itself indicate that there probably was more than one instrument? Not necessarily, no. Thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. Razi, you don't know how many instruments were used, do you? I do not. Nothing further. All right. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for the doctor? No response or indication from any juror. All right. Thank you, doctor. You may step down. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. While you're outside of the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence that you've heard so far, but please only do that if all 16 of you are present in the jury room at the same time, and then please don't deliberate. Gentlemen, all rise. Jury out at 12:38 p.m. All right. Let's resume at 2 o'clock, please. Jody, you can go off the record. Off record at 12:30 p.m. We'd be calling Mr. Cecil next. I've got him in the courtroom, ready to go, Judge. Okay. Could we get that screen off of there, since it has news? Thank you. I hope that doesn't pop up. Well, Judge, we've stipulated. I guess before we bring the jury in, we've stipulated to the extraction and the reports from Mr. Cecil. Okay. I plan to use this one, and I'd defer to Ms. Auger, but I can leave that popped up. That's fine. That's the first exhibit I plan to use. Okay, and I'll turn down the sound. Okay? Yeah, I mean that way we just don't have any inadvertent media story about this case. I agree, Judge, that we've been trying very hard to keep from the jury. I've been failing miserably with technology during this trial, so All right, is the defense ready to bring the jury back in? We are, Judge. All right. Let's go, gentlemen. And you had indicated that that particular witness's testimony is like a couple of hours? I think it's going to be lengthy. For direct, there's at least 2 reports to go through. I don't know if direct will be a couple hours. I think total will be. It'll be lengthy. Okay. So is the court anticipating us calling additional witnesses after him? Probably not, because it's 2 o'clock. That was our hope, Judge, because we're not really prepared for that. But, all right, we're ready then. Well, then you've kind of forced my hand, okay. All right. No, I mean, the morning was a lengthy morning for the jury. That's why we took a little bit more of a break for them to kind of decompress a little. And I appreciate that counsel for both sides have sanitized those types of photographs as best you can for the jury. That's difficult testimony to hear. This is going to be dense material, is the other issue, Judge. And I want the jury to have an opportunity to absorb it all, I guess is really the issue. All rise. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope lunch was okay. We are ready to continue. Mr. Luttrell, thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would like to publish to the jury copies of 223A and 223L that Dr. Kaur marked on relating to injuries. Okay, you may. So each juror should have an and, a copy of an and L. Thank you. Do we need a, oh, okay, they're still going. I think we need one more in the back. Of which one? Or L? A, we need one more A, please. We'll make an additional copy, Judge, and we'll have to ask the court to publish that. We don't have an extra copy right now. Okay? Where are we short back here? Who didn't get... Okay, so the gentleman in seat 12. So, just one copy of A? Is that correct? Right? And everybody else got L? Right? Okay, perfect. We're in good shape then. All right. Thank you, Mr. Luttrell. You'll make that additional copy. Yes. Anything else? No, Your Honor. All right, Mr. McClelland, you may call your next witness. Thank you, Your Honor. The state of Indiana would call First Sergeant Christopher Cecil, please. Mr. Cecil, before we get started, I'm going to ask you to use your best outside voice when you're testifying. The microphone amplifies for the crowd, but it does not amplify for myself, the jury, or defense, and we all need to be able to hear you. Fair enough? Yes, sir. Okay. Will you state your name for the record, please? Christopher Cecil. And will you spell your first and last name for me, please? Christophercecil. And how are you employed? With the Indiana State Police. And what is your rank with the Indiana State Police? First Sergeant Cecil. How long have you been in law enforcement? 20 years. And what is your role within the Indiana State Police currently? I'm the commander of the Indiana Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. Did you have to go through special education or training to be a law enforcement officer? Yes. And did you have to go through special training or schooling to be involved in the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force and the commander of the ISP IPAC unit? Yes. First Sergeant Cecil, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 224. Can you identify that, please? This is my CV. And does that document have a list of the various training, educational programs, and experience that you've had through your 20 years of law enforcement? Yes. Mr. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 224. I believe, yes, 224. No objection. All right. Without objection, 224 is admitted, and Your Honor, I'd ask permission to be able to publish that to the jury. You may. Was there enough copies for everybody on the jury? Yeah. First Sergeant Cecil, I want to direct your attention first to page 7 of your CV. After graduating high school, what did you do? I enlisted in the Marine Corps. And how long were you in the Marines? 4 years. And where did you go to college? University of Evansville. And did you graduate? Yes. And what kind of graduate level certificate did you have upon graduation? So I earned a graduate certificate in computer forensics. And did you then proceed on to graduate school? Yes. And what are you currently in graduate school? And what is your major? Cybercrime investigations. And when are you anticipating on graduating? December of this year. I now want to direct your attention to pages 7 through 11 of your CV. What additional training have you gone through involving computer forensics? I've been through multiple different vendors in computer and cell phone forensics, namely the National White Collar Center, Cellebrite, Magnet. And when you go through those different training seminars, are you trained and educated in how to use those various programs? Yes. And those pages 7 through 11 list the various vendors or various training you have on those various programs. Is that fair? Yes. And do you use this training and education to help you investigate criminal offenses through your employment with law enforcement? Yes. And have you examined or reviewed various digital evidence in other cases before? Yes. And just a rough estimate, how many other cases have you been involved in where you were tasked with examining or reviewing digital evidence? Hundreds. And I want to direct your attention to page 13 of your CV. Have you gone as far as to provide training and education to other law enforcement officers? I have. In what topics have you provided training and education to other law enforcement officers? Basic cybercrime investigations, basic information on mobile device forensics and vehicle information, infotainment system forensics, child exploitation. Now, First Sergeant Sissel, I may ask you on occasion to give me a definition of a term you use, or give me a definition, or in basic terms, tell me what you're talking about. I am not a forensic examiner. I know very little about cell phones, besides how to make calls, send text messages, and take pictures. So I'm going to need you to dumb it down for me a little bit so that I can ask you questions. Fair enough? Yes, sir. So let's talk about the vehicle infotainment system. Just give me a brief. What do you mean when you say that? That has to do with a car that has a sort of like a computer inside of it. So we're talking about where you connect your cell phone to your car and you would be able to play music through it. You'd be able to take phone calls. So that concerns a forensic examination of that type of computerized device. And along with that information and training and education you give to other law enforcement officers. Well, let me back up. How often do you give that training to other law enforcement officers? Usually 2 or 3 times a year. And is that on a consistent yearly basis? It has been, yes. And have you testified in court before? Yes, I have. How many times, if you know, have you testified in court? Over 20 times. And in at least some of those instances, have you been declared an expert in the field of digital forensics? Yes. I want to draw your attention to 2019. How were you employed in 2019? I was a computer forensic examiner with the Indiana State Police. And as a digital forensic examiner, what were your duties in that role? I conducted digital forensics of cell phones, computers, and at times vehicle infotainment systems. And what unit were you with in 2019? The cybercrime unit. At some point in 2019, did you become involved in the investigation of the murder of AW and LG? Yes. How did you become involved? The Indiana State Police had acquired a new piece of equipment called the Gray Key, which allowed law enforcement to be able to unlock Apple devices like iPads and iPhones. It also allowed law enforcement to gain access to information that was encrypted that law enforcement had never had access to from an Apple device. This information was critical for law enforcement. We never had seen something like this before, and this piece of equipment allowed us to be able to take an investigation further. And then as such, I volunteered to re-examine LG's iPhone 6s. I'm going to back you up just a little bit and make sure I understand. This is a new piece of equipment that ISP acquired. And did it allow you to get more information from an electronic device? Yes, and so it allowed you to get more information than the other programs and equipment and systems that you had prior to getting this? Yes. Okay, and you volunteered to re-examine LG's iPhone 6? Yes, and did you do that? Yes, I did. What did you do to examine that phone? So I performed a full file system extraction utilizing the Gray Key of her phone. Can you tell me what that means? So a full file system extraction is specialized digital technique that allows an examiner to extract the full contents of an Apple device. Contained within that contents are going to be active files, deleted files, system data, metadata, and devices like the gray key is one of the things that could be used to obtain this type of extraction. And is it fair to say gray key allowed you to capture more of that information than prior equipment and programs that you had? Yes. When you extract data using the gray key, what product do you get out? So you get a raw, comprehensive, detailed data extraction. And what do you do with that raw data? With that raw data, I can ingest it into computer forensic software like Cellebrite or Magnet, and then, when I ingest it, I'm processing it. And part of the processing also concerns parsing, which it automatically is looking for information and putting it into human-readable form. It's also file carding, so it's looking for deleted or lost data. And then it's also kind of doing some analysis for the forensic examiner who is conducting the processing. And then from there, the investigator can conduct manual deeper dives into it once the process is completed, or start generating reports for the investigator to review. So let me make sure I understand this. Gray key is a piece of equipment you use to get the information out of the phone. Is that correct? Yes, sir. But that information is not in a readable format. Is that correct? It's in a readable format, but one that's not processed, so everyone in the room would be able to understand what the contents are. So then, do you take that information that gray key extracts, and you plug that into other programs to make it readable? Yes. And then when you plug it into those other programs that make it readable, does that mean it makes it easier for? Well, what does that mean when you say to make it readable? What it's doing is it's going through databases, and it's putting it into human-readable form so you understand what those databases contain, like dates and times, text messages, photos, videos, internet history. It's putting all that together so you can actually be able to quickly review through it. Does it also separate that information into different logs? Yes. And so you would have various log titles, and underneath you would have the information that came from those logs. Is that a fair representation? Yes. Once you get it into that readable format, what do you do next? So I could do one of two things. I could just generate reports, or I can mainly go through and look at it and compare both softwares together side by side and validating my findings and looking like close. Just looking at the data, see what's there. Which one did you do in this case? Did you just print the report, produce the report and pass it on? Or did you perform the analysis yourself? I performed an analysis. And when did you start that analysis? June 26, 2019. And when were you completed with that analysis? August 21st, 2019. So this is not a situation where you look at a report, look at what you see, and then produce your findings immediately. This takes you some time? Yes. Once you extracted the data from LG's iPhone, tell me specifically what you did in this case. What did you do with that data? Once it was extracted using gray key, what did you do next? Again, I ingested it into Magnet and Cellebrite and allowed it to process. And then once it's processed, I went through and looked at the data, analyzing, utilizing both of them. I used both tools because there is no end-all be-all. There is no one tool that's better than all. I have to have both of them to be able to do this examination and analysis thoroughly. And when you looked at that data in 2019, what date range or what time period did you look at? I specifically looked at February 13th, 2017. Why did you pick that date to look at? Based on the information that I was provided by the investigators, I knew that LG and AW were out on the Monon High Trail on that day. And then I knew that LG had recorded a video depicting AW and a person who was believed to be her abductor walking across the Monon High Trail Bridge. And so what was your goal with examining the cell phone in 2019? What were you trying to do? I was trying to establish like a sequence of events, a chronological timeline, and compare what was going on the phone, what LG or whoever was using the phone, in comparison to also what was going on behind the scenes with the phone. So I'm trying to be very, very thorough. I'm trying to compare data, trying to establish a timeline that may help the investigators. And through that process, did you generate a report? I did. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 225. Can you tell the jury what that is? This is the first written report I completed in 2019, and it has your name on it. Is that correct? Yes. and it has the date that you finished the analysis. Is that correct? Correct. Can you give me that date again, please? August 21st, 2019. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. No objection. All right. Without objection, 225 is admitted. And, Your Honor, the state would ask permission to publish that report, or that exhibit, to the jury. Thank you, Judge. First Sergeant Sissel, before you testified in court today, you had an opportunity to review this report, is that correct? Yes, sir. And you went through that report and in anticipation for questions that you might be asked today. Is that right? Yes, sir. And on the report that you reviewed, did you make notes, highlights, and comments that would assist you in testifying today? Yes. And have you provided that to the state of Indiana in this binder? Yes. And would looking at that report and your notes and highlights, would that assist you in testifying today and answering various questions from the state? Judge, the state would ask permission to allow the witness to review his report in this binder to assist him in testifying. Okay, that's fine. First Sergeant Cecil, I want to go through your report, and I'm going to attempt to stand up here to do this, and we'll see how it goes. Do you recognize this is the first page of your report? Yes. And so this is what is produced after you take the raw data, and plug it into the various programs, Celebrite, Magnet. This was my written report, yes? Okay. And the report in summary, what does that give you? What is produces? What is in this report? Summary of my findings. And so I want to draw your attention to the first page of the report, and I want to go through that to, I'm going to scroll down. I want to draw your attention to looks like page 5 of your report. Can you turn to that page, please? Yes, sir. Can you explain to the jury what information is on this page? Starting with the top, what does that information tell you? That's the first thing is the cybercrime unit case number, and then we have the state police case number, and then the date that I began the examination. And it gives you a short introduction. Is that correct? Yes. And then it identifies the piece of electronics that you're examining. Is that right? Yes. In this case, a gray smartphone inside a slim burgundy rubber Harry Potter phone case. I'm not going to try to pronounce the other name of it. Is that correct? Yes. I want to move on to the next page. The next page shows a picture not of the phone you examined, but a stock photo. Is that correct? Yes, sir. And then we get into what you actually did and the information about the phone and what you did to get the information off the phone. Is that correct? Correct. And so when we talk about this forensic acquisition of data, tell me about that portion of the report. So here I'm describing what type of extraction I obtained from LG's iPhone, and then I also talk about the SIM card. And the SIM card is the next section. Is that correct? Correct. And does that give you a summary of what you did to download information off or extract information off the SIM card? It talks about the contents of the SIM card and what it is. Then as we move to the next section on page 8, it talks about the user account information. Yes, can you explain to the jury what that is? So this would have been the user account information that I would have found on LG's iPhone. And what did that user account information tell you as you reviewed it? It told me that at least 2 people were using this phone. And which 2 people were using the phone? LG and AW. And how did you come to that conclusion? Much of the user account information is attributed to those 2 young girls. And can you see that user account information in this section of your report? Yes. And when you say user account information, do you mean, for example, LG at iCloud.com, LG at iCloud.com? Yes. Is that what you consider user account information? Yes. And so you're basing your belief on this user account information that you see in this section of your report. Is that correct? Correct. I want to move on to page 9 when it talks about biometric data, and specifically Touch ID. Can you tell the jury about what information is in that portion of your report? Touch ID has to do with this phone because it had Touch ID. It was a feature that was common with the Apple iPhone 6s, and I determined that there were 3 biometric fingerprints that were saved to it. Right, left, and AW. And you were able to acquire that information from your extraction? Is that correct? Yes. I want to move on to the section that says Health, Apple Health, or Apple Health application, page 9. Can you tell the jury what information is within the Apple Health application? So Apple Health is an app. It's a factory app that is on iPhone starting with iOS 8 and newer. So any phone that would have supported iOS 8 has Apple Health. And what it does is it aggregates information from applications or other Apple devices that you may have connected it. That could be your watch, an iPad, or a tablet. And it's health data that it aggregates together into a repository, which is within the Apple Health data. So the other things that it's also tracking too is walking, distances you've walked, and elevation changes. And is this always on? It's always on. Does the user of an iPhone have to do anything to turn this on initially? No. Is it always working in the background? Yes. So it's always tracking. Well, refresh my memory. What is it tracking? Tracks a user's steps, calculates distance, and it changes in elevation. And I want to draw your attention to this portion of the report in regards to this iPhone that you were examining. What were you able to determine from the health app data in this phone? I was able to determine some steps and some distances that were walked or ran, and changes in elevation. So it not only gives you the activity, meaning what the person was doing, it also gives you a value of what they're doing. Is that correct? Correct? And how is that value measured? So steps, your iPhone has what we call an accelerometer, a triaxial accelerometer, and it has a gyroscope. It's built in, it's always on. So when you're walking, it's detecting your steps as you walk. And then your iPhone, it's a computer, so it's trying to calculate how far you walk based on the number of steps it detected. And it also gives you a start and end time. Is that correct? Correct. So when I'm walking, if I have a phone and I'm walking, is there equipment within the phone that tracks that? Yes. And is that the equipment you're talking about, the accelerometer and barometer and all those fancy words you used? Yes. And that tracks the steps and the meters that I travel? Correct. It also tracks the time and date when I traveled? Correct. And again, specifically, you're looking at February 13th of 2017 in this extraction. Is that correct? Yes. Tell the jury, what did you find in the health app data for February 13th of 2017? So the first line, actually, there is an error, a mistake that I need to correct. So if you look at the end date time, February 13th, 2017, 14/8/48, it should actually be 14/48. So this area right here, yes. And why is that messed up? It's a typo. And you'll see a continuation of where the start starts back up again. For the walking in the next line, it starts at 14:08. So this should be 4:48, correct? In direct lineation with the next line underneath it, correct? Correct. Okay, so tell the jury what you found from the information that you viewed on the health app. I calculated, or it's the forensic software's calculated the number of steps that was walked with the phone and the distance. And it gives you the time, correct? The time that you start walking, the time that the person stopped walking. When you say start walking and stop walking, this is a silly question, but at those times, does that mean the phone is moving? Yes. Time is 13:30:40. That's military time. Correct? Yes. Can you convert that to standard time, please? So, at 1:30 p.m., the phone moves 1682 steps? Yes. When does that movement stop? Or 4:18, excuse me. Will you convert that to standard time, please? Do you mind just converting that to standard time from here on out? Yes, sir. I don't know military time, so I want to make sure I have the times right. Yes, sir. So when did that movement stop? It stopped at 2:08:48. Did that movement pick back up again? Yes. When? At 2:48. And how far did that phone move? 404.38 meters. And when did that stop? At 2:08:48 p.m.? And then picked back up again at 2:20:22 p.m. Is that correct? Yes. And then when did that end? At 2:32:39 p.m. Now, this last line says flights climbed. Can you explain that to the jury? So that's an elevation change. There are things in the phone that will register when you change elevation? Yes. And so, did the phone change elevation in this case? Yes. When did it change elevation? At 2:31:22. That's the date and time. And how much elevation did it change? What does the report say? Let's start there. It says 2 floors. Do you know how much distance 2 floors are? I learned later on what that distance is in my next report, okay? But at the time of this report, you didn't have a calculation of what the distance was for 2 floors. Correct. Okay, it's in from PM. Last movement of the phone, correct? Correct. In your report that you did in 2019, was there any other information within the health app data that showed movement of the phone? No. So from this information, what conclusion did you come to? I concluded that the phone stopped moving at 2:39 p.m. on February 13th, 2017. Had the phone moved after that, would it have registered in the health app data? Yes. How do you know that? Because the Apple Health app data is always on, and the triaxial accelerometer, the gyroscope, is always detecting movement. What if my phone is sitting still? Will it detect movement? No. What if my phone is on the console of my car? Will it detect movement? It could. How could it? If the car runs over a bump or something that would cause it to jump, bounce. Another silly question. If the phone moves, does health app data record that movement? Yes. Whether the phone's dropped, bounced, walked, whatever the case may be? Yes. Okay. I want to move on to 2019. We've talked about Knowledge C database analysis. We've talked about it with other witnesses. Explain to the jury this section of your report. So Knowledge C is an important database for investigations because it's logging activity that your phone's doing. Some of this is activity that you're not even aware that it's logging. So this is a database that's very volatile. The information doesn't stay there too long, and it's logging activity, like something as simple as when your phone lights up, when it lights, when it dims down, when you unlock it, when it locks. Very, very simple things. 2019, you were aware that Knowledge C database information existed. Yes. When did you become aware in your career that this information was available? Since 2018, however, the science behind it wasn't fully developed at the time. It was just becoming known to law enforcement. The science behind it. Are you saying that before 2019, the extraction community didn't know about Knowledge C information? Correct. The program that you had to make the extraction information in readable formats, did it have areas within those programs for Knowledge C information? Sir, I don't understand your question. Fine. It was a horrible question. Let me re-ask it. Prior to 2019, prior to getting Grey Key, what is the program that you primarily used within the Indiana State Police to extract information from phones? It would have been the Cellebrite UFED, or Universal Forensic Extraction Device. And that device and that program, did it grab Knowledge C information from the devices you were extracting? No. Is Grey Key the first equipment program that you had that would grab that Knowledge C information? Yes. And it would turn that Knowledge C information into readable information? Yes. Objection. Leading. I'll rephrase the question, Judge. Rephrase it. What would Grey Key do with that Knowledge C information once it was extracted from the phone? Grey Key's pulling it out, and then you're using software to process it, to put it in human-readable form. Now back to your report. In this section of your report, you have a list of various things here. Can you explain what this list of things are to the jury? From my research at the time, these are just some of the things that Knowledge C logged or it could detect. And then, what is the next part of your report that we get into? This is a timeline that I developed utilizing Knowledge C and some other activity on LG's phone at the time. And when do you start your timeline? Start my timeline at 1:38:49 p.m. on February 13th. And what does this timeline give the jury an idea of what information is in this timeline? So we're talking about phone calls, when the phone was plugged in and charging, so we're getting battery power. But you're able to go further than that, correct? Yes, what other things are you able to see and that you put in this timeline? I could see that someone is utilizing different applications like Snapchat, and then they've created a snap, created a picture. So you're able to get phone calls that are coming into the phone during this time period, correct? You're able to get whether or not the phone is plugged in and charging? Yes. You're able to get whether or not the user is viewing posts on various applications? Yes. You also have a battery life, is that correct? Yes. And this timeline progresses through the day, is that correct? Yes. I want to focus your attention on February 13th at 1:44 p.m. What is the phone doing at that time? There's a picture, a snap that's posted to Snapchat. And does that entry mean that this phone posted a picture to Snapchat? Yes. Were you able to find that picture on the phone? Yes. Where were you able to find it? I found it within the Snapchat application. I want to move on. I want to move on to February 13th at 1:59 p.m. Can you tell me what's going on with the phone at that point? That's another snap or another picture from Snapchat. And can you describe the picture that you were able to see that was posted on Snapchat? It's a picture depicting an up-close view of LG wearing a tie-dyed t-shirt with silkscreen print of surfers on the front. She's got a grin on her face. AW was in the background over LG's shoulder, wearing a burgundy shirt, gray hooded jacket, and it appeared to be taken inside of an automobile. AW's wearing a seatbelt and appeared to be looking directly at the camera, and she had what appeared to be a blank expression on her face. Now, how precise are these times that you have on this timeline? Precise. Where did you get those times? These are times that are going to be logged in the Knowledge C, so it's coming right from the phone? Yes. I want to draw your attention to February 13th of 2017 p.m. Can you tell me what happened with the phone at that time? This is another snap or another picture from Snapchat. And were you able to find that picture on the phone? Yes. And what did that picture show? Depicted the Monon High Trail Bridge, likely prior to somebody walking across it. I want to draw your attention to 2/13 of 2017 at 2:20 p.m. What happened on the phone at that point? That was the last time the phone was unlocked. And what happened at 2:13:51 p.m. on that day? Video was recorded. And what does the video, have you had an opportunity to watch the video? I have watched the video. And what does the video depict? It depicts AW walking across a bridge and a person walking behind her across the bridge. And how long is the video? 43 seconds. And is there anything that happens after the video stops? What is the next entry after the video stops? Someone tried to biometric unlock the phone. When does the video stop? At 24 seconds. And when does someone try to unlock the phone? Seconds. And were they successful in unlocking the phone? No. I want to move down to 2:39 p.m. What happens then? That's the last recorded movement of the phone. And is that information gathered from the health app data? Yes. Does the phone move after that? Now, you have in your report at 10:30 p.m. was the last recorded data received from the iPhone. Is that correct? Yes. And you have in here the phone's battery was likely depleted. Is that correct? Yes. Knowing what you know now, is that information correct? No. We're going to come back to that in your next report. Want to move on to this report, and we're almost to the end here. Want to talk about the mobile analysis worksheet. The device description, self-explanatory, talks about the condition of the device when you got it. Is that correct? Yes. And then this page 13 of the report, what is that describing? It shows the different hardware and software that was used to complete the analysis back in 2019. Once you did this analysis, what did you do next? I provided the reports to the investigators, and again, that was in 2019. Is that correct? Yes. As time progresses, do your capabilities with extractions, do they change? Extractions? Let me back up, that was a bad question. As time progresses, are programs service providers? Are they continuing to update their equipment and programs? Yes. Why do they do that? So software developers update their programs because it's competition, it's about money. And also what drives this is feedback and support from the digital forensic community. And so as time goes on, do new programs, new hardware come out that allow you to extract more data from an electronic device? Yes. Between 2019 and 2024, do you continue to get updates on how those programs change? Yes. So what programs in 2019 are you using to extract data to make this report? Celebrite and Magnet. And between 2019 and 2024, did you get updates to those programs? Answer that first. Did you get updates to those programs? Yes. And what do those updates do? What's the point of those updates? These are software updates that would allow decoding of more from different devices, whether it's a cell phone or a computer, because applications are changing. So you may have an application like Facebook that where one day it's written in one code, but then the next time Facebook updates the app, it may be written differently. So software developers have to constantly stay up on how programs or how applications are changed, so they can be able to parse this information and get it to whoever's using their software. Do these updates allow you to extract more or less data from an electronic device? It allows you to decode more information from an electronic device. And so did that occur in this instance, that by 2024, through an updated program software that would allow you to decode more information? Yes. And so what did you do? So I updated Magnet and Celebrite, and then I reprocessed the original extraction that I did in 2019 with the newly updated software. Why did you do that? Because I wanted to see what new information potentially I could decode I didn't know about. And I knew from experience that the digital forensic community drives the software developers, and I wanted to be able to see if there's something else that maybe I overlooked. And did you perform a new extraction on LG's iPhone? No. What did you do? I just reprocessed the original extraction. So the original raw data that you had from the extraction, you just reprocessed that information? Yes. Did you in 2024, or sometime between 2019 and 2024, did you compare that raw data to other raw data that had been extracted from the phone? I did. Sorry, you have to rephrase that question. The raw data that you had in 2024 that you reprocessed, you were aware that Lieutenant Bunner had also extracted data from the phone? I was aware. And did you have access to that data? I had access. And did you compare the data that he extracted in 2017 to the data that you extracted in 2019? No. Did you compare it to the data that you extracted in 2000 or that you used in 2024? Yes. And tell me about that. What did you find? So I took only his first extraction from 2017, the first one that he did, the Method 1 extraction, correct? Okay. And what did you do with that Method 1 extraction? I reviewed through it to help write my second report. And can you expand on that a little bit? What did you do to help you write your second report? I reviewed through the timeline that had been developed from the Celebrite extraction to help me write my report, because I knew that at some point during Lieutenant Bunner's examination later, in the weeks later, he had connected it to the cell phone network. So I knew there was more data had been added to the phone that wasn't originally on there in 2015, on February 15th. And this data that you comprised in your second report, was it different than the data that Lieutenant Bunner gathered in 2017? I'm sorry, you have to repeat that again. Sure. The data that you collected to form your second report, was it different than the data that was collected by Lieutenant Bunner in 2017? No. Then, why the need for the new report? I got more system information that Lieutenant Bunner didn't have. That is the need for the new report. Yes. So the information's not different, you just got more of it? Correct. Okay, let me back up. If that's true, were you able to compare the information that Lieutenant Bunner gathered to the information that you gathered? Yes. Was there any difference between the two? No. Were they mathematically equal? You'll have to rephrase that question. Let me just strike that question. Let me back up. So even though Lieutenant Bunner, you noted that Lieutenant Bunner connected the phone to the network. Yes, when he did that, did it change the data in the phone? It added more information to the phone. Did it change the data that he had previously collected? No. First Sergeant Cecil, I want to now go through your second report. Talk about the information that you gathered in your second report. First, I want to start off with when did you begin the analysis this second time around? May 10th of 2024? And when did you end it? August 18th, 2024. So you took nearly 3 months or just over 3 months to go through the information before you created this report. Yes. And what kind of things are you using to analyze the information that you extracted or that you gathered? Sorry. So these are forensic software like Celebrite and Magnet. I'm also utilizing some other open source digital forensic tools that's recognized in the digital forensic community. And then I did research. I had to go through and look at various different white papers, do research, what Apple would say regarding certain things that they will they've been able to confidently or comfortably provide it to the public about their device. So a lot of it was research, looking at what other researchers had done, what they had tested, because a lot of these things I can't go back and test, so I'm relying on other people's information to kind of complete this examination. And did you find additional information? Did you find information in addition to your first report? Yes. And so let's focus first on page 4 of your second report. Do you have... Oh, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. Judge, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 227. Can you identify that? Yes. And is this the second report that we've been referring to? Yes. And is your name on that report? Yes, it is. And when did you complete the report? August 18th, 2024. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 227 into evidence. No objection, without objection. 227 is admitted. And Judge, I'd ask for permission to publish that to the jury again. You may. Or in addition, First Sergeant Cecil, I want to draw your attention first to page 4, and I want to go through this report in the same fashion as we did the last one, and hopefully it'll be a little quicker. But you start with introduction, and then you identify some mistakes and misprints you made. Yes, tell me about those. So the first mistake identified was I mistakenly said that LG's phone in 2019 had been unlocked by Celebrite, and that's incorrect. I should say law enforcement had her passcode, so that's incorrect. And so the statement you corrected, the phone was opened with the passcode, not using Celebrite. Correct. What was the next correction? The next correction is regarding the Apple Health data where I made the typo, and it should have been 2848 on February 13th, 2017, the end date. And then what is the last correction that you have there? The last one is my premature conclusion that the last recorded activity of the iPhone was at 10:32:26 p.m. on February 13th, 2017. I then want to move on. You then talk about Knowledge C information at the bottom of page 3 and then into page 4. Can you explain that to the jury, please? So I go a little bit more in depth in the Knowledge C because when I did the original examination in 2019, a lot more research is out there that we could find. So a lot more. It's been more thorough. So I'm providing some more information about what Knowledge C does, what it contains, what type of records of user activities that it's collecting. And I talk about how it's usually collecting 1 month of records, which is typically most useful for investigations and for trying to basically develop a timeline of events or trying to get a pattern of life of the person who's using the device. And then on page 4, what does that explain in regards to Knowledge C information? These are just some events. It's not an exhaustive list. This is just some events that Knowledge C is tracking on a person's Apple device. Now you said Knowledge C information is volatile. Yes. What do you mean by that? So what that means is some of this information can be stored for a few weeks, a few months. Some of it can persist a lot longer. So it's just whenever the phone decides it wants to delete it or when new information comes in and overwrites it. And page 5 of your report, is this the type of information that would be contained in Knowledge C databases? Yes. And is that the kind of information that you would consider volatile? Yes. And so is that information that may be deleted as part of the Knowledge C database? Yes. This may be a complicated question, but is in the Knowledge C database, if you know when a new entry is logged, is the oldest entry deleted? It's a first in, first out. Explain that to me. So the first entry in, later on at some point, that's going to be the first one that leaves goes. I don't see listed on this list pictures and videos from the camera roll. Are pictures and videos from the camera roll, are they included in Knowledge C information? They could be in the sense that the camera application was being used, but the actual pictures and videos, no. Explain that to me a little bit, make sure I got it right. So pictures and videos are not stored in Knowledge C. This is just tracking user activity. It could track that someone used a camera, but it's not going to track that. It's not going to save pictures and videos. So Knowledge C would track that the camera was used and track what the product from the camera, right? Is it true that do you lose Knowledge C information when the phone is turned on and turned off? You could. pictures and videos aren't part of Knowledge C information. You testified to that, correct? Yes. So would those be lost as part of Knowledge C information when the phone is turned on and off? It depends. Explain that to me. So if it's internet cache, it could be deleted, but if it's something that a user created, it's going to stay there. What would something that a user created? Give me an example of something a user created. It'd be a picture or a video that was recorded with the phone and it's saved to the camera roll. So pictures and videos in a camera roll, would those be user created? Yes. So would those be deleted as part of Knowledge C when the phone is turned on and off? No. Let's move on to health app data. Is that part of Knowledge C information? No. Is that something that would be deleted when a phone is turned on and off as part of Knowledge C information and databases? No. What about, well, let me back up. I want to focus on your report again, and I want to focus your attention. I'm going to scroll through here. We come to the health app data on page 7 of your report. Besides the correction that you made from your 2019 report, was there any additional information that you gathered from the health app data information? No. And so everything you gathered in this report, was it the same as the last report? Yes. Was the information you gathered in this report more extensive than the last report? Yes. How so? I go through and do a little research on how an iPhone is calculating steps based off of research done by various individuals around the world. Can you give me a brief summary of what your research showed? So in a controlled environment, steps are pretty accurate. The distance calculated by your iPhone, if it's short, it's pretty close to how far a person would have walked or run. But if it's longer, there is an underestimation by your Apple device. What about when the health app data, when the phone is riding in a car? Did you gather information about that? From research that was done by the Netherlands Forensic Institute, which is part of The Hague, they said that an iPhone could mistakenly interpret a car driving over a speed bump as a step. Could. In order for that to happen, from your research, what would have to happen to the phone? The phone would have to be in the car, and on, and just in the car. Would it have to move in some fashion? Well, the car would have to be moving, but would the phone, would it have to be moving? No. In some fashion? No. Okay. I want to move on to the chart that you have. It is more expansive than the one in the first report. Why is it more expansive? I took it back a little earlier into the morning of earlier in the day, because I took it back to around almost 11 a.m. in the morning on February 13th, 2017. Why did you do that? Try to show a little bit of a pattern of what this phone is doing. What would be maybe considered its norm. Now, does the health app data give you longitude and latitude or any kind of location data? No. Are there other applications within a phone that will give you location data? Yes. How is it determined which application within a phone will give you the location data? Can you repeat that? Sure. Which applications within a phone will give you location data, meaning longitude and latitude? Whatever application you have designated to have access to location services. So the user of the phone has to manually turn that on for those various applications to register longitude and latitude or some kind of location data, right? Specifically in this iPhone, do you recall which applications LG had the location? This is going to be a bad question. Which applications within the phone had the location data turned on? Yes. Can you tell me which applications those were? So for location services were enabled for, while using the application would have been the App Store, Camera, Goodrich, Maps, Photos, Safari, Siri, and Snapchat. Always enabled for weather and never enabled for Walmart. And those applications are listed on the bottom of page 10 of your report. Is that correct? Right? And you also have a picture there in your report on page 10. What is that a picture of? That's a picture of the enabled applications from LG as iPhone. Tell me a little bit about how those applications are able to register GPS location. What do they use to register that? It's using the phone, it's connecting to the GPS network to connect to Macleod, to generate a GPS coordinate, or it could be utilizing cell towers. It could be utilizing Wi-Fi. So it depends on what degree of accuracy the application needs to be able to pinpoint where you are. Let's talk about that accuracy. How accurate is the GPS location for these various applications? For GPS, it's really good, very, very good. That brings me to page 11. What does page 11 of your report talk about? So this talks about the video that LG captured with her iPhone. It's the video of AW coming across the bridge and then the person walking behind her. And when is this video captured? This video is captured at 2:51 on February 13th of 17. And looking at your report, when the video is initiated, when the video starts, where is the GPS location? The GPS location goes out near Delphi High School. And is that area marked on the map within your report? Yes. Talk about this second picture in your report. What happens as the video records? Okay, so first off, there is an error in that. On this page of the report, there's 2 errors. What are the 2 errors? The first error, at the very, very top upper right corner, you'll see where it says Fort 35. That should be 1455. So I just flipped the 1 and the 3. Is that typo on your part? Yes. Okay, so it should say approximately 4 seconds later after the video starts. 14:55. Okay? Okay, and then what was the other correction? The other one would be in the second part of the table there. It should read Fort. Again, a typo on your part? Yes. So explain to the jury the GPS location on the video when it starts. You've testified to that. Explain what happens to the GPS location as the video progresses. So when the video starts, the GPS, with the metadata, the Latin long that's embedded into it, immediately goes out to where right around the near Delphi High School. Within 4 seconds, it comes back and it's on the trail, and it has a 30-meter horizontal degree of accuracy within a circle, so it brings it back to the trail. So what's happening is when the camera is first being used, it's using something, it's low accuracy, so it's not wanting to use a whole lot of battery power. This is what Apple encourages its application developers to do. Try not to use a whole lot of battery power, because we want our customers to be able to enjoy the product. So when it's recording a video, it initially goes out, likely capturing what's the cell phone tower data to try to pinpoint where it is. There's no Wi-Fi out there. To my knowledge, out there on the trail, we're out in the middle of the woods, so it's utilizing the cell towers to kind of triangulate, determine where it is. But as the video's recording, it's like it actually utilizes the satellites to provide a more accurate location of where the video really is. And utilizing the satellites causes it to use a little more power. So when the video starts, this is the long and longitude and latitude that it produces. Longitude, latitude, and the elevation. Does it give you a range of accuracy when the video first starts? No. And then within 4 seconds, the long and latitude changes? Yes. And does it give you a range of accuracy when it changes? Yes. Well, how do you know the girls didn't just go from here to here in 4 seconds? I would think that would be kind of impossible. What's the distance between here and here? I do not know. Is it more than a mile? I don't know. You also were able to view the video that was found on the phone, is that correct? Yes. What you viewed on the video, does it match the long and lat of what was found? It puts it in the area of the long and lat of the 4 seconds that the video's running? Yes. I want to move on to your report. And in your report, I want to move on to the Snapchat application. Did you have an opportunity to examine the information within Snapchat on your second report? I did. And can you tell me what you found? So this is a database that it's utilized for cataloging to the satellites, basically GPS information. And I was able to attribute that data to someone utilizing Snapchat on the phone. And did LG have the location data on Snapchat turned on? She did. And what does this chart at the bottom of page 12, start of page 13, what does that show? These show the Latin long of when Snapchat's being used, when it's in the foreground of the phone, and it's giving you a horizontal precision of 5 meters. So it's not exactly where the phone was or where LG or AW were. They're within a 5-meter circle. Now, why doesn't the longitude and latitude just run? She's got it turned on in Snapchat. Why doesn't it just run consistently? Because it would run continuously. It would run the battery down. And again, Apple doesn't want its developers running the battery down like that unless it's for something like for mapping. And so is it fair to say from your report, Snapchat only logs the long and lat at what times? At intervals when the application's being used. She has to have the application open? Yes. Okay, I want to move on to the battery power part of report, the bottom of page 14. Your first report, you said the phone died or lost power around 10 p.m. on the 13th. What did you find in your second analysis? The battery of an iPhone is very complex, and the operating system of the iPhone has some power management where, once it gets below 20%, it does a lot of throttling because it's trying to stay connected to the network. It's trying to do things too, so the user can still try to use the device. So once it gets around 20%, you'll get an alert, a notification on your phone that says, hey, you might want to put this in lower power mode. If you don't, and you keep using it, then your power is going to significantly decrease. And then right around 10%, it's going to give you another notification. It's like, hey, you're at 10%. Do you want to put your phone in lower power mode? So when your phone is getting down to where it's been throttled and it's in low power mode, what's happening is the CPU, the processor inside the phone, starts slowing down. So if you unlock the phone, it may quickly lock back real quick, as opposed to having that delay that maybe you originally had set into it to lock. The screen's going to dim games or anything that you might want to play. Any applications may be slow to open because it's trying to preserve as much power as it can to allocate to other things that are more important, like receiving phone calls, getting text messages. Applications in the background won't refresh, but your triaxle, accelerometer, your gyroscope, all those things are still going to work on your phone. You're still going to be able to use Apple Pay. So if you've got your phone, you're in low power mode, and you want to go up and buy something at the gas station, you'll still be able to do that. Location accuracy. It doesn't affect that. It doesn't affect your cell phone call quality. It doesn't affect the quality of the pictures that you're capturing with it. And so you might have said this and I might have missed it. You said it doesn't? The low battery? It doesn't affect. Or does it affect the health app tracking data? No, it doesn't. So if you get the low battery, is your health app going to shut off and say, okay, we're not tracking data anymore because that takes too much power? Is that going to happen? No. Initially, you said the phone off around 10 o'clock on the 13th. With this new analysis, what were you able to determine? I believe the phone at least stayed on past, up until or after around 4:30 in the morning on February 14th. And how did you come to the conclusion? So I'm looking at other data that is going on the phone. The phone received a bunch of text messages right around 4:30 in the morning on February 14th, a bunch of SMS messages. And does the phone have to be on to receive those? Yes. Did you see any indication that the phone was turned off between the time the video was taken on February 13th and the time those SMS messages came in at 4:30 a.m. on the 14th? No. From the time that the movement stopped at 2:32 p.m. until the time the text messages came in at 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, did you gather any information to show that the phone turned off? No. From the time the phone stopped moving at 2:32 p.m. on February 13th to 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, did I say that right? The 13th to 14th? Was there any movement tracked in the phone? No. The last part of your report, tell the jury what the last part of your report displays. This is another timeline where I'm focusing on events after the phone had stopped moving. Now, does this timeline cover all the events that are covered in the timeline in the first report? Few of those. A few. Where does this timeline start? This one starts at 2:33 p.m. on February 13th. Where did your last timeline start for your first report? Right around, like I think, it started at 1:38:49 p.m. Your timeline in your first report starts before this one? Yes. And there is some overlap? Yes. And this report, or this timeline, what does it display in addition to the timeline in your first report? So besides the screens lighting up and dimming down and the battery power, I actually add some information about SMS messages, phone calls it receives, FaceTime or FaceTime video calls that the phone receives. And so during this time, is the phone receiving FaceTime calls? Yes. Is the phone receiving phone calls? Yes. What about SMS messages? Yes. What is an SMS message? Short message service. So this is going to be a message that would go over the cellular network as opposed to the data side, the internet side. And so I want to draw your attention to February 13th, 2106. Are you there in your report, UTC? Yes. Okay, can you tell me what? Can you convert the time for me, please? So that would be 4:06 p.m. on February 13th. And what happens in the phone at 4:46 p.m. on the 13th? It receives a SMS message. From who? From Becky Marchand Patty. And what does the message say? You need to call me now, and multiple exclamation points. And that's at 4:06 p.m. on the 13th. Is that correct? Yes. Are there additional calls and SMS messages that come in after that? Yes. In the following pages of your report, did it document those phone calls and SMS messages? It does? Does it give you the time and the date of when those phone calls and messages came into the phone? Yes. Does it also give you the phone number of who's calling or sending those messages? Yes. And when it has a name like Tate or like Becky Marchand Patty, where is the phone collecting that name from, or how is the phone getting that name? It's pulling that from a database, so it'd be the call history database. And if there's a name saved in there, would that mean that the user has that phone number saved under that name in their phone? Correct. And do these phone calls and messages progress into February 14th? The messages do. And then there are several messages that come in at 4:33 a.m. on the 14th. Is that correct? Yes. Can you explain why there's a lull, meaning why there's messages coming in and then there's a big gap of time? And then at 4:33 a.m., I think there's 15 to 20 different messages that all come in at once. Can you explain that? Based on the data I have here, I don't know. I want to move down to the end of the chart in your report, and it's going to be page 25 of your report. Drawing your attention to February 14th at 4:34 a.m., is that the last activity that you see for your report that occurs on February 14th? Last activity that the operating system's doing, yes. What happens after that? I'm not sure. At some point when it says the iPhone booted up, what does that mean? That's the iPhone powering on info. And when does that happen? It happens at 3:06 p.m. on February 15th. And do you have an explanation of why the phone was turning on at that date and time? Sometime between 4:34 a.m. on February 14th, and that time is it lost power. And do you know how it gained power on February 15th of 2017? This would be Lieutenant Brian Bunner charging it to prepare it for an examination. So at some point after 4:33 a.m. on the 14th, it loses power and did not turn back on until Lieutenant Bunner has the phone. Is that an accurate statement? Yes. MR. Judge, I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Do we need a break or anything? Do you guys need a break? Yes? All right, we'll go ahead and take a quick break between direct and cross. While you're outside the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or anything about anything. You can talk about the evidence, but please only do that if you're all present in the room at the same time. And then please don't deliberate. All rise. Jury out at 3:20 p.m. All right, let's take until about 3:40. And if you just wait until the jury gets back into their jury room, the bailiff will let you out here in a few minutes. Thank you. Jody, you can go off the record. On record. Okay, Miss Auger, are you ready? Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Okay. MR, Judge, could I ask the court permission for leave to ask a few omitted questions before Miss Auger goes? I have 4 admitted questions, and I wanted to ask leave to request that prior to the jury coming in. Okay. Are you okay with that? We'll just push you back just a little bit. Okay, sure. Thank you, Judge. You're welcome. All rise. Jury in at 3:48 p.m. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, Mr. McClelland, you indicated before the jury came in, you had a couple of omitted questions that you would like permission to ask. Yes, Your Honor, if the court would allow me to ask those questions at this time. You may. First Sergeant Cecil, I forgot to clear up a few things with you, and I want to take that opportunity and do that now. Questions I said I would come back to and that I just omitted. And so I'm going to draw your attention to your first report, and I'm going to show you and hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 225. And I'm going to draw your attention to page 10 of that report. And there's a portion of that report I wanted to clear up for the jury because it may be confusing. I want to draw your attention to 2/13 of 2010 at 14:07 p.m. 2:07. Are you there in your report? Yes. What I forgot to ask you, are there 2 asterisks by those 2 entries in that report? And I never got to ask you, what do those asterisks mean? So if you go to page 11, I indicate what those asterisks mean in my report. And can you tell the jury what they mean? So I'm referring to a uploaded still image to Snapchat depicting AW walking across the Monon High Bridge that I didn't find it in the Snapchat database. I didn't find that picture on her device. Any explanation of why you didn't find that picture on her device, but you found the other pictures? I don't know. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 226. Can you identify that, please? This is a picture that I found on the internet that depicts what I'm referencing. Now, the date and time on that, was that on there when you found it, or did you put that on there? It was on there when I found it on the internet. And that time and date coincide. Does that time and date coincide with the entry on your report? That's what I'm relating it to. Okay, and do you believe this is a picture that was posted on Snapchat at that time? I believe it is. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 226. No objection, all right. Without objection, 226 is admitted and would ask to publish that to the jury quickly, please, Judge. You may. Go ahead. The next clarification, First Sergeant Cecil, I want to clear up for the jury is, you and I, in your first report, talked about whether or not you were able to find a measurement for the information in the health application as it applies to the elevation change. Do you recall talking about that in your first report? Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 227 and draw your attention to page 7 of that report. I told the jury that we would talk about this in your report, and I omitted the question. Were you able to find information in your second analysis that gives the jury an idea of the distance measured or the amount of distance that equals 2 floors? Yes. Can you tell the jury that, please? So this is from Celebrite. Celebrite says that a flight of stairs is counted as approximately 10 feet or 3 meters of elevation gain. So they're saying it's approximately 16 steps. And so in this case, with 2 floors being traveled, approximately 20 feet. Is that correct? Yes. And then I want to, finally, the last area I want to clear up. I want to draw the attention to the next page of that report, page 8. And this is a table of the health app data that you gathered that's more extensive, as opposed to your first report. Is that correct? Yes. And I meant to draw your attention to 2/13/2017, the entry that begins at 12:01 p.m. Are you there? Yes. And it looks like after that entry, when does the next entry start? At 1:40 p.m. So what does that mean? From 12:01 to 1:31, is the phone moving during that time? No. And then after 1:31, it begins to move again. Is that correct? Yes. I don't have any other questions, thank you. Miss Auger? Yes, Your Honor? Thank you. With permission? Thank you. Miss Auger, do you want these up? I don't think so. Okay? Alrighty. First Sergeant Cecil, I want to follow up first on this Exhibit 226. Yes, you found this on the internet? Yes. Where? I believe I found it from Google. Do you remember what you searched to find it? No, ma'am. Okay, now you put it in your report as? The asterisks have it at 2:07. Is that right? Yes. All right, and the time here just said 7 hours ago, right? Yes. How do you arrive at 2:07? Because it's imprinted on that picture. Which one? The one in your left. So this wasn't on the original picture. February 13th, 2:07, right? Right. The original picture says, in fact, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit A. That's the original picture, right? I believe so. Okay, thank you. And there's no date or timestamp on the original picture, correct? Yes, is that correct? Yes, it's correct. So you have no idea who put February 13th, 2:07 on there, do you? No, just someone out in the wide web? Yes. All right. Now, how precise is 7 hours ago? It depends. Do you have any idea? All right. And you don't know when this picture was actually posted? No. Now, LG posted a photo on Snapchat on February 13th, 2017 at 20, correct? Yes. And again at 1:41? Check with my Sure report. 141, yes. Again at 43, yes. And 25, yes. Now, the picture she posted at 140 you were able to find in the Snapchat cache? Yes. And snaps, that's a lot of S's. Snapchat cache is just a cache of information that is associated with Snapchat on the phone, is that right? Yes. Probably not a great way to say it, but kind of a bag of information? All right. And so the picture that she posted at 40 was contained in the Snapchat cache? Yes. And the picture she posted at 141 you found in a Snapchat cache? Yes. And the picture she posted at 43 you found in a Snapchat cache? Yes. And the picture she posted at 205 you found in a Snapchat cache? Yes. But you didn't find the one at 207, correct? Nor is it on her camera roll? Correct. Could someone else have posted it from her account, from a different device? Could have. Okay. And these are the same clothes AW was wearing in the video recorded on the phone at 2:13 p.m. on the 13th? Yes. So it appears to be the same time and place as February 13th? Yes, but not on her phone? Correct. Now you said that it was likely uploaded, the still image was likely uploaded to Snapchat, correct? Correct. All right, but in order to be uploaded, it would have been on her phone? Correct. Now the data, you stay very busy, don't you? Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately. And by unfortunately, there's a lot of crimes. And in investigating those crimes, cell phone data is routinely used? Yes. And it has been for over 20 years. Routinely used in criminal investigations? Yes. And the phone, the data that you find obtained in extractions and examinations, is used in investigations and trials because it's accurate? Yes. And it's reliable? Yes. And that includes the Apple Health data? Yes. And that includes the data from the Knowledge C database? Yes. Now, you listed some things in I think your second report that identify the different categories contained in the Knowledge C database. Yes? Those aren't everything, Con. Those aren't all the categories contained in Knowledge C. Right? Right? And there's also an encrypted cache database. I'm not following you. All right? Is there a database or set of files contained in Knowledge C that are entitled encrypted cache? I'm not aware of encrypted cache. Okay. Now Celebrite you referred to in your direct examination. Did I call it the UFED reader, but you have a better name for it? Universal Digital Lure. Universal Forensic Extraction Device. Okay? Universal Forensic Extraction Device. Correct? Correct. All right, and that's been around since 2007? Yes, and that allows you to get a physical extraction from the phone. Correct? No? All right, it could, okay? And it's had that capability since before 2017, right? Depending on the make and model of the phone. Okay, now, and there are different levels of extractions that you can obtain from a phone. Correct? Yes, so there's a logical extraction? Yes, okay. And that's kind of the over-the-hood data, if you will. The what if I have my phone and I'm using it? That's the data that I as a user can see on my phone. Correct. And then you can do an advanced logical extraction? Yes. What is that? That's a little bit more than a logical. Typically it's associated with like an iPhone, so it'd be the backup and you get a full file system extraction, right? Yes. And that includes kind of the under the hood data? Yes. Those are the system files and the things like Knowledge C? Yes. Okay. And there are other logs. There's a revision B, container management, power log, lots of different kind of source files and system files that you can see with a full file system extraction? Yes. And as Apple develops these products, they don't tell you, as digital forensic analysts, what's in there and how to get it. Correct. You guys, as a general field there, and software engineers, cell phone engineers, all kinds of people who kind of work through and try to figure out what's on there and decipher it. Correct. And so that's why it took people a while to figure out about the Knowledge C database, right? Right? Even though it was there, people didn't really know about it, right? Until 2016? Maybe 2016. Now, one of the logs that is recorded in kind of the under the hood data is the power off log. I don't understand your question. There's a power off log, right? There's a shutdown log, okay? There's also, would you agree with the premise that a lot of data in phones are contained in several different spots on the phone? Yes. Okay. And so there might, the power off log, what did you call it? Shutdown log. Shutdown log? All right, how long does the shutdown log keep information? From what I gather, it's volatile, so every time you would restart the phone and shut it down, it's going to change it. It overwrites the data? Yes. All right. And so when Lieutenant Bunner, Lieutenant Bunner charged the phone on the 15th and then later powered it down, that wiped out the shutdown log, right? It would reset it. But what it did was now we don't have access to when the phone was shut down on the 14th, right? Right, okay. And so the jury will never have that information? Right. Now you said I'm going to switch gears and talk about SMS messages and iMessages. So two users of the phone can communicate in different ways via cell phones? Yes. And if one person has an iPhone and person B has an iPhone, they can use what's called iMessaging? Yes. Okay, can you tell us what iMessaging is? iMessage is something that's proprietary to Apple. It's their encrypted messaging service. So two iPhone users can chat back and forth in an encrypted mode. And people, if, let's say, user has an iPhone and user B has an Android, how, if I want to send a message between, that's communicated via an SMS? Yes. Okay, and can you tell us what an SMS message is? Short message service. So SMS does not need the internet. It utilizes the cellular network to communicate across the network. And so those are delivered differently. Is that fair? Yes. And isn't it true you said in your direct that during this time, and I believe you were talking after 4:06 p.m. on the 13th, okay, you there? Yes, ma'am. All right, during this time, the phone continued to receive calls and SMS messages throughout the night. You recall testifying to that? Yes, okay. But the LG's iPhone received 0 SMS messages between 4:06 p.m. on the 13th and 4:33 a.m. on the 14th. It received, but that wasn't my question. My question was, between 4:06 p.m. on the 13th and 4:33 a.m. on the 14th, it received 0 SMS messages. You're correct. And SMS messages need the tower to be transmitted, correct? Yes. Okay? And at 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, 2017, LG, his cell phone, received 15 SMS messages, approximately 15. And you don't know why? I do not know why. Now, the phone did get iMessages throughout the night, right? It received some. Yes, some, okay? And if I am, let's say if I'm in my office and I don't have cell service and I'm there for 10 hours and I walk out of the building and suddenly I get service, I get a bunch of mess, my phone starts ding, 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 and all those messages come through on my phone. Have you had that happen? Yes. Now, when that happens, the SMS messages that are delivered via the tower are time-stamped on the time my phone receives them. Correct? Yes. But the iMessages are time-stamped as of the time they're sent. Yes. So even though the phone is receiving iMessages from 4:06 p.m. on the 13th until 4:33 a.m. on the 14th, that doesn't mean that that phone has tower connection. Correct? Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry. Sure. So even though those iMessages are time-stamped between 4:06 p.m. on the 13th and 4:33 a.m. on the 14th, that doesn't mean that the phone received them at the time they're time-stamped. Correct. That could be correct. And even though they're time-stamped throughout that period, they're still received at 4:33 a.m. on the 14th? Yes. Now, First Sergeant Cecil, I think I might have confused you earlier, and that's my fault. We were talking about the encrypted cache. Yes. And you said you did not know about that. Yes, there is a cache encrypted .db, correct? I'm not familiar with what you're asking, ma'am. Okay, well, do you recall giving a deposition on September 12th of this year? Yes. Right back there in the jury room? Yes. Okay, and I asked you questions? Yes. And you answered those questions. And we went through a lot of the different logs and databases and files saved on Knowledge C. Yes. You recall that? Yes. All right, I'm going to show you your deposition, and I don't know where you want to start, but I'm going to definitely point your attention to page 21, lines 18 to 20, and I can give you the pages before that to get context. Okay, when you've had a chance to review that and refresh your recollection, just let me know. Okay, all right. And in your answer, you were telling me about the encrypted cache as it relates to cell tower, okay? But that's a database that's contained in Knowledge C, right? I don't believe so. All right, is it? But encrypted cache is on the phone? It's a cache that Celebrite is parsing. But here if you read the entire sentence, if I may? Sure. It says, there's once that's logging, says it's got cell towers. This would be under cache encrypted b.db. I'm just reading something that celebrates parsing as part of my deposition. You were asking me a list of databases that potentially I would have looked at or Celebrite would have looked at, okay? And can we agree that encrypted cache B is a database that exists on the phone? Yes. Okay, thank you. And that database contains information? Yes. Sir, in working on this case, you used all the information from Lieutenant Bunner's report, the magnet information you were able to obtain, the gray key, the Celebrite, all of those extractions. You took all of that information and you prepared a very detailed and color-coded timeline. Which report are you referring to regarding Lieutenant Bunner? Well, whatever one you looked at. Oh, so you're talking about the 2015 report. No, excuse me, 2017 report. The February 15th, 2017 report. Okay. There were 3 reports in, right? 2017, right? Right, but I always want to make sure we're talking about the right one. Sure, and you took all that information and you made a timeline? Yes, and I'm going to show you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit P, as in Paul. Now your timeline was about that big if I printed it out, do you recall that? Yes, ma'am. All right. And so I distilled it down into something a little bit easier, from the February 13th, the first entry, until the end on February 15th. Yes? And is that a true and accurate portion of the timeline that you created? If this is previously what I looked at that you had given the prosecution, then yes. Okay. And are all of the entries on that timeline that you created true and accurate? Yes. And they're reliable? Yes. Anything that we need to correct or change, edit, modify on that? Not that I know of right now. No. Move to admit Exhibit P. No objection, Judge. All right, without objection, P is admitted. Sir, I'm going to switch gears again. You talked about whether in your direct examination, whether the phone would track movement if it were in the car and moving. Do you recall that? Yes. And the way the technology works with cell phones, people are still researching, studying, conducting experiments, trying to figure out what all this means and how it's recorded in the phone. Is that fair? I would agree. And you did? You found some things and you weren't sure about them, right? In your examinations, there were some things you weren't sure about? Like, steps climbed. Yes, okay, and so you went and looked at that and you found out that each flight Apple defines as 3 meters or 10 feet? Yes. And then you also did a little research about movement? Yes, and you quoted, and you said in your direct that if the phone is in a car and driving, it might record movement if it hits a bump? Yes. The big word there is might, right? Right? We don't know whether it does or doesn't. Correct. And the research that you cite says, first of all, it's a preliminary research report. Correct? Correct? And it says an iPhone sometimes mistakenly interprets a car driving over speed bumps as user steps. You recall that? Yes, speed bumps? Yes. It doesn't talk about other potholes or anything like that. It specifically says speed bumps? Yes. And it says sometimes? Yes. Which means sometimes it doesn't. Correct? When you did your examination in 2019, one of the things that in a way that Gray Key is helpful is it can recover deleted files? Yes. And in fact, Gray Key did recover some deleted files, correct? Yes. And there were some files on LG's iPhone that had been deleted? Yes. And you were able to recover those with Gray Key? Some of those? Yes. Okay, now you talked about Lieutenant Bunner, that he hooked up the phone or connected the phone is probably a better term, on February 23rd, 2017, to a network. Is that correct? I know he connected it to a network. I don't know when he connected it, all right? And that's something that as a digital forensics analyst, you really don't want to do, right? Typically not. Okay, because if you're trying to get the information from the cloud, you would get a warrant for that. Judge, I guess I'm going to object to outside the scope. I'm not sure that I understand the relevance of asking whether or not he needed to get a warrant for information on the cloud. MS, well, it's relevant because he brought it up and he said, you shouldn't do that. And so I'm trying to explore that a little bit. And how do you respond to it being outside the scope? Well, he talked about it in direct, that Sergeant or Lieutenant Bunner, the phone connected to the network and information was downloaded onto the phone when Bunner did that. Overrule it. I'm sorry, you have to ask your question again. I know. I get it. Give me one moment. Let me refocus. There are other ways you can get information from cloud storage other than hooking the phone up to the network? Correct. And as a digital forensics analyst, the first time you plug the phone in, you want to keep going and do all of the extractions and get all of the data you can that first time, right? Yes. Because every time you plug it in, every time you do something else, you're overwriting data and you're losing data. Potentially, yes. And you're also losing data over time, right? Yes. So when you wait from February until September to October to 2019 to 2024, data's coming off that phone? When it's powered on? Yes. Now, would you agree with me that it's sometimes helpful to have a second set of eyes review data? Yes. And in 2019, the FBI requested the full file extraction from the state police? Yes. And you asked Lieutenant Holman if you could provide the data to the FBI? Yes. And sometimes different agencies have different resources? Yes. That's why in 2017 the phone was sent to Customs or Homeland Security? Correct. And so knowing that sometimes different agencies have different capabilities, knowing that the FBI requested the extraction, what did you do to follow up with them? I did not. Now, First Sergeant Cecil, you also did some extractions on Richard Allen's devices? Yes, ma'am. Okay, and you performed extractions on them? Yes, and there's nothing on any of those devices that ties Richard Allen to LG. Correct. And there's nothing on those devices that ties Richard Allen to AW? Correct. There's nothing on those devices that ties Richard Allen to the murder of AW. Correct. And there's nothing on those devices that ties Richard Allen to the murder of LG. I have nothing further. Thank you. Mr. McClellan, thank you, Judge. The data that is potentially lost when the phone is turned on or turned on and turned off, is that only data within the Knowledge C databases? No. In this case, when you compared your extraction to Lieutenant Bunner's extraction, nothing was lost between those two extractions. Is that correct? You'll have to rephrase that. Earlier, you testified that the information you gathered from your extraction matched what Lieutenant Bunner extracted. Am I saying that correctly? The user-created content matched and the user-created content would be photos, videos, health app data, that kind of content. Photos, videos, messages, calls. So none of that data was lost, right? And you know from the data that you did collect that the phone wasn't shut down until sometime after 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, correct? And you also know from the data that you collected that after 2:32 p.m. on February 13th, the phone doesn't move again until it powers down. There's no other. Let me rephrase that. You know, at 2:32 p.m., the phone stops moving and it registers no other movement at least until after 4:33 a.m. on February 14th? Correct. How many devices from Richard Allen's house did you analyze? May I would referring to your report help refresh your recollection as to how many devices you analyzed that were collected from Richard Allen's house? Yes. And do you have your report in front of you? I do have both of them. And was that report made close in time to your analysis of those devices? MR, Judge, I would ask permission for the First Sergeant to take a look at his report to refresh his recollection. You may. Approximately 23 devices. And do you know from reviewing your report, let me back up. When you analyze those devices in your reports, do you note the date those devices were released to the public? You'll have to rephrase that. Sure. When you analyze a device, do you note in your report when that device, say it's an iPhone 6, when those devices are released to the public, meaning what year and sometimes month they're released to the public? Yes. And so when you analyze a device, you can say, this device came out in October of 2024? Correct. And did you do that with all of Richard Allen's devices? With all his cell phones? And so you were able to well, let me back up. And at some point in the investigation, you became aware that Richard Allen had a cell phone in 2017. Is that correct? Yes? And were you made privy to the identification number on that cell phone? I was told of I think it was an MEID. And what is an MEID? Mobile Equipment Identifier. And what is that used for? That's a serial number for a mobile device. Does each mobile device have a different MEID? It can have a MEID or an IMEID, IMEI. So is there any cell phone that's going to have the same MEID as my cell phone? No. And so it's a unique number to identify a cell phone. Is that fair? Correct? Once you have that MEID of the cell phone that Richard Allen had in 2017, did you compare it to the list of devices that you analyzed from his house? Yes. Out of the devices that you analyzed at his house, did you analyze the phone from 2017 that had that IM? What was the number? What was it again? The MEID number? No. So the phone that he had in 2017 wasn't found in his house and wasn't a phone that you analyzed? Correct. Martyr, I don't have any other questions, Judge. Miss Auger? Yes. First Sergeant Cecil, when did you get these devices of Mr. Allen's to analyze? May I refer to my report? Sure. Looks like I received them on November 8th of 2022. So my math skills aren't the best 5.5 years after the murders of AW and LG? Yes. People generally don't use their cell phones for. Objection. Judge, that calls for speculation. Sustained. Now you said after 2:32 p.m. the phone stops moving. Yes, but you don't really know that, right? I only know what the Apple Health data tells me. Okay? And the Apple Health data records steps? Yes. And so if the phone is in a car, it may not be reporting movement? Correct. So just because the phone doesn't record steps doesn't mean the phone's not moving. Correct. Nothing further. All right. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for First Sergeant Cecil? How did you determine Mr. Allen had no connection with AW and LG and murder from the phone data? I'm okay with that. I was going to recall him because of what we talked about. So will you be recalling him, Bap? Well, we may not have to now. I'm okay with it. Any objection? Nope. Well, we've got to talk about something. If we're going to go down this road and the defense is going to open the door to this, there is information on one of the devices. Like he searched. There was a Google search about AW and LG and how to best kidnap someone, all these different things. Oh. And so if we're going to open this door about there's no connection, I just want to make you aware of it. Well, and that's way after. Okay. I just have concerns. That's not, we can talk about the sketches and opening the door. I'm going to ask to bring it up, I guess is my opinion. So anyways, on the first report, on 2/13/17 at 2:05 p.m., the photo depicting Monon High Bridge with no one depicted in the still image, did you ever locate or print this photo? I'm fine with that. I thought that was a photo of the bridge with no one on it. You have it? I thought we did it in one. Was one that one of the girls took? That's what I thought. Was what? Weird? It's a weird? What's it look like? It looked like it was like filtered. Kind of black and white? Yeah. Black and white, that one. Or sepia, or... Yeah. Is that the photo that... I don't know. Can you read that again? That's the photo. 2/14/2:05. The photo depicting the Monon High Bridge with no one depicted in the image. Did you ever locate or print this photo? On her cell phone? I'm okay with it. I'm okay with the question. Okay. What are all the blank spaces under the events section on the timeline in your first report? That's a good one. I'm okay with it. How does the phone receive iMessages, FaceTime calls, telephones calls, but no SMS messages after 2/13/17 at 4:06 p.m. and before 4:33 a.m. on 2/14 without a signal via cell tower or Wi-Fi connection? I'm good with that. Have you ever checked to see if AT&T had any cell tower issues between 4:06 p.m. February 13th and 4:33 a.m. February 14th? I'm okay with the question. Are you aware if Snapchat saves photos not uploaded to the story? I'm okay with the question. Do the pictures that get sent via Snapchat get saved anywhere? I'm okay with that. Are you having any objection to these? No. Okay, you know me. That's why I don't. That's why I'm asking. Okay, sorry. Can iMessages be sent via cellular service? I'm fine with that question. How much data would be lost if the phone has been off and it stores a month of records. For example, if the phone is shut off 2:15 after method 1, then on-off February 21st, then in 2019. That doesn't make sense. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm okay with the question, but I don't think I even understand it. But I'm okay if you ask it that way and see what he says. Well, I'm just gonna leave off the for example. That's fine. That's fine. Leave off what? Leave off the for example. All of that. That doesn't make... Okay? The question is, how much data would be lost if the phone's been off and it stores a month of records? Okay? And what was the for example? For example, the phone is shut off February 15 after method 1. I don't know what that means. Then on-off on 2/21, then on-off 2/21, and then 2019. Yeah, okay? Okay. Is the cumulative data of a month in terms of total days or consecutive 30 days from last power on and off? That's a good question. Good question. Did method 1 extraction garnish knowledge sheet C data even though at the time the knowledge didn't? There's no end to it. There's no finish. It just says, did the method 1 extraction garnish knowledge C data even though at the time the knowledge didn't? I'm okay with the first half. Just take off the even though. It's an incomplete though, I suppose. It's just an incomplete thought. MS, even though, oh yeah, it's... So just keep it out, because I think it's completed without assuming that's what it means, but it's kind of confusing. Can Snapchat videos and photos be deleted in knowledge data with app usage? Okay. I'm okay with it. Could a picture not be added to the Snap cache based on battery life? Okay with that. Yeah. Could Snap cache pictures not exist depending on the way it was posed? Story versus? I'm okay with that. Okay. How long does the iPhone 6s need to register floors climbed? How long does the iPhone 6s need to register floors climbed? I'm okay with the question, but I don't understand it. I don't either. So if we don't understand it, should it not be asked? Probably. Okay, so probably correct, Does the data from the iPhone 6s tell us a start and end time for the 2 floors climbed? It does, but that's an okay question. It does, but what? It does. I'm okay with the question. Oh, okay. What happened to the Apple Health app data between 2/18/48 and 2/5/22? Is there a gap there? It doesn't. It says like when it started and when it stopped, and then it started again. Is that in which report is it? In case he asks me, which report would that be? 2. Report 2? Well, it's in both of them. It's in both of them. Both of them, okay? So he would know. Okay, so what happened to the Apple Health app data between 2/18 and 22? Yeah, I'm okay with it. Okay, lots of questions. Sidebar conference concluded. Sergeant, in your first report, the photo depicting the Monon High Bridge with no one depicted in the still image at 2:13:17 at 2:05 p.m. Let you get there? What was the time again, Your Honor? 2:05 p.m., February 13th, 2017. Okay, so the photo depicting the Monon High Bridge with no one depicted in the still image, did you ever locate or print this photo? I did not. Any follow-up, Mr. McClellan? Nose auger? No. And in the first report, what are all the blank spaces under the events section on the timeline in your first report? Those blank sections have to do with the battery, so I'm keeping track of the battery, trying to segregate it from other things that's going on, so that's why they're empty fields. I just kind of colored them in. Any follow-up, Mr. McClelland? Yes, First Sergeant Cecil. So in those gray spots, are you using them to denote, I guess, separate the battery life usage from the other information? Yes. So you're not covering up information you found. Okay. Nothing else, Judge. Miss Auger. Your Honor, can I ask an omitted question about the first question? Sure, thank you. Sergeant Cecil, did I hear you right that you testified you did not see the picture posted at 2:05? No, I saw it. I didn't print it. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Sergeant, how does the phone receive iMessages, FaceTime calls, and telephone calls, but no SMS messages after 4:06 p.m. on February 13 and before 4:33 a.m. on February 14 without a signal via cell tower or Wi-Fi connection? I don't have an answer. Okay, any follow-up? No, Your Honor? No. Did you ever check to see if AT&T had any cell tower issues between 4:06 p.m. on February 13th and 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, 2017? Mr. McClelland? No questions, Judge, thank you. Yes, that's not something you would have done, is that right? Correct, ma'am? That's something you would have other teams of investigators look at? Thank you. Are you aware if Snapchat saves photos not updated to the story? They don't. No questions, Judge. Miss Auger? Yes, but you would expect a photo that was uploaded to Snapchat to be saved on the phone, correct? No, thank you. Do the pictures that get sent via Snapchat, not on a story, but to a friend, do those get saved anywhere? That I don't know. Okay, Mr. McClelland, if the photos, I guess I'm trying to get this clear in my mind first, Sergeant, if the photos are uploaded to the story, do you know? Are they saved to the phone? That I don't know. As opposed if they're sent to a friend via the other Snapchat avenue, not the story. Do you know if those are saved to the phone? They could be cache, but I'm speculating here. Okay, I don't have any other questions, Judge. Miss Auger? Well, some photos are saved in the Snapchat cache. Correct? Correct? Because at least 3 from February 13th were saved in that cache? Correct. Nothing further. Can iMessages be sent via cellular service? Yes. Mr. McClelland? No questions, Judge. Yes. While they're sent through the cell towers, they're time-stamped as of the time they're sent and not the time they're received. They're converted into an SMS if it's actually going through a tower versus utilizing the internet, it will be an SMS. Okay, thank you. How much data would be lost if the phone has been off and it stores a month of records? I don't have an answer. I don't know. Mr. McClelland? No questions, Judge. No questions. Is the cumulative data of a month in terms of total days or consecutive 30 days from the last power on or off? I don't know. No questions, Judge. Thank you. No questions. Did the Method 2 extraction garnish Knowledge C data? No. Mr. McClelland? No questions. Miss Auger? No questions. Could Snapchat videos or photos be deleted in Knowledge C data with app usage? I'm trying to understand the question. Could you repeat that again? Could Snapchat videos or photos be deleted in Knowledge C data with app usage? I'm not following the question. I'm not understanding the question, Your Honor. Anything, Mr. McClelland. No, Auger? Snapchat photos are saved in the Snapchat cache? Correct. Not in Knowledge? Correct. Nothing further. Could a picture not be added to the Snap cache based on battery life? I don't believe battery life would cause a problem, Your Honor. Any follow-up? Is it possible for a Snapchat picture to not be added to the Snapchat cache? Or is it possible for a picture not to be saved in Snapchat cache? I don't know. Okay. No other questions, Judge. Thank you. Miss Auger? The Snapchat cache saves pictures because of the inner workings on the phone and not because of any user activity? It could be both. Nothing further. Questions of the jury read by the court. Could Snap cache pictures not exist depending on the way it was posted? I don't know. Okay, Mr. McClelland. First Sergeant, there are some pictures from Snapchat that you were able to recover. Correct? And there's at least one picture you were not able to recover. Correct? And on your timeline, you have an asterisk by that. That was the 1407 picture. Correct? Do you have any explanation why you were able to get some of the pictures, but the one at 407 you were not able to collect? I don't have an answer. Not 407, I'm sorry. 1407. which is 207. That was a bad question, sorry. So again, do you have any explanation of why you would not be? Why you were not able to collect the picture that was uploaded to Snapchat at 2/7? No. Don't have an answer. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Miss Auger, could it be that LG's Snapchat account was accessed from a different device? Could be. Questions of the jury read by the court. Does the data from the iPhone tell us a start and end time for the 2 floors climbed? No. It falls within the other movement that's going on at that time. Mr. McClelland, in your report, First Sergeant, I want to draw your attention to the first report, page 8. Yes, and the last line there, where it says flights climbed 2 floors, 213, 14, 31. When you say it falls within the other data, what do mean? So what I'm getting at is those 2 floors, whether they're climbed up or down, I don't know, they're just an elevation change, and it falls in line between the 14:25:22 or 2:25:22 and 14:32:39 or 2:32:39 p.m. falls in line when that activity's happening. So on February 13th of 2017, there were 50.64 meters traveled from 2:25 p.m. to 2:32 p.m. Is that correct? Correct. And those 2 floors or 2 flights were climbed during the movement of that 50.64 meters? Correct. And that's what you mean within that time. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. No other questions, Judge. Miss Auger? Nothing. What happened to the Apple Health app data between 2/8 and 2/20/22? The phone was not detecting any movement at that time. Any follow-up, Mr. McClelland? So again, First Sergeant, draw your attention to page 8. That gap, 2/13 at 2:08:48 and February 13th at 2:25. Your testimony is that there's not health app data missing. The phone was just not moving at that time? Correct. No other questions, Judge. No, thank you. How did you determine Mr. Allen had no connection with AW and LG and to the murder from the phone data? Which phone data, Your Honor? I'm assuming it's the phone data that was asked by Ms. Auger. I think you were asking about his devices. Devices? Yeah, his devices. From his devices, when I went through, I didn't find any information regarding like LG or AW's contact information, no interaction or communication about them. I mean, there might have been some internet history where regarding like what was going on with the news, but there was no direct communication or that Mr. Allen even knew the victims. Mr. McClelland, you did locate internet search history regarding AW and LG? Yes. I don't have any other questions. Ms. Auger, that was after the murders? Correct? And you don't know who actually performed that search? Correct? No. Nothing further. All right, thank you, Sergeant Cecil. You may step down. Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the day. While you go on about your own business now, the rest of the afternoon and into the evening, please remember what I've told you repeatedly. You're going to be able to repeat all of this back to me in a couple of days. Please don't talk about the case amongst yourselves, since you will be in the company of the bailiffs. Have a safe and peaceful evening, and we will see you all tomorrow morning. All rise. Jury out at 4:56 p.m. All right. Is there anything we need to do outside the presence of the jury? No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. Thank you. Okay. And those in the audience, if you'll just wait a minute so we can get the jury out towards their vans. Jody, you can go off the record.